Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. So this is Pramod and this is another CompTIA Security Plus real exam question series, and this part is also very helpful to pass the CompTIA Security Plus exam. So let's go to the questions, and this is the question. An enterprise is working with a third party and needs to allow access between the internal networks of both parties for a secure file migration. The solution needs to ensure encryption is applied to all traffic that is traversing the networks. Which of the following solutions should most likely be implemented? Option A, EAP, option B, IPsec, option C, SD-WAN, option D, TLS. And the correct answer for this question is option B, IPsec. So IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, is a protocol suite used to provide security for Internet protocol communications by authenticating and encrypting each IP packet of a data stream. This makes it the most suitable solution for creating a secure encrypted connection, often as a part of a VPN, between two separate internal networks as required for a secure file migration between an enterprise and a third party. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, IPsec. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, an administrator has identified and fingerprinted specific files that will generate an alert if an attempt is made to email these files outside of the organization. So which of the following best describes the tool the administrator is using? Option A, DLP, option B, SNMP traps, option C, SCAP, option D, IPS. And the correct answer for this question is option A, DLP, data loss prevention. So the tool described is a data loss prevention are specifically designed to monitor, identify and protect sensitive data by preventing its unauthorized transmission or access. The act of fingerprinting files involves creating a unique identifier like a hash for sensitive files, which the DLP system then uses to detect and generate alerts if those specific files attempt to leave the organization's network via channels such as email. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, DLP, data loss prevention. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a software developer releases a new application and is distributing application files via the developer's website. So which of the following should the developer post on the website to allow users to verify the integrity of the downloaded files? Option A, hashes, option B, certificates, option C, algorithms, option D, salting. And the correct answer for this question is option A, hashes. So let's check the explanation. So hashes provide a unique digital fingerprint for the application file by generating a hash of the original file and posting it on their websites. The developer allows users to calculate the hash of the downloaded file and compare it to the original. If the hashes match, the user can be confident that the file has not been altered or corrupted during download, thus verifying its integrity and authenticity. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, hashes. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, an organization want to limit potential impact to its login database in the event of breach. So which of the following options is the security team most likely to recommend? Option A, tokenization, option B, hashing, option C, obfuscation, option D, segmentation. And the correct answer for this question is B, hashing. So let's check the explanation. So hashing is the most likely recommendation because it is a one-way function used specifically for passwords. It transfers the actual password into a fixed length string of characters, a hash that cannot be easily reversed to reveal the original password. If a login database that uses hashing is breached, the attacker only gains access to the hash values, not the plain text passwords. This significantly limits the impact of the breach, as the attacker cannot use the stolen hashes to log into the system or easily reverse engineer the original password, especially if salting is also used. So that's why the correct answer for this question is B, hashing. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator finds that all user workstation and servers are displaying a message that is associated with files containing an extension of .ryk. So which of the following types of infection is present on the systems? Option A, virus, option B, Trojan, option C, spyware, option D, ransomware. And the correct answer for this question is option D, ransomware. So let's check the explanation. So ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts a victim's files and displays a message demanding a ransom for the description key, which explains why the administrator sees a message and files with a specific new extension like .ryk. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, ransomware. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a systems administrator is advised that an external web server is not functioning properly. The administrator reviews the following firewalls logs containing traffic going to the web server. So which of the following attacks is likely occurring? Option A, DDoS. Option B, directory traversal. Option C, brute force. Option D, HTTPS downgrade. And the correct answer for this question is option A, DDoS. So let's check the explanation. The firewall log showing multiple connection attempts with SON flag set originating from different source IP addresses and targeting the same destination, the web server on port 443 simultaneously, are indicative of SON fraud attacks. SON fraud is a type of distributed denial of service DDoS attack where the attacker attempts to exhaust the server's resources by overwhelming it with connection results, preventing legitimate users from accessing the service. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, DDoS, distributed denial of service. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization would like to calculate the time needed to resolve a hardware issue with a server. So which of the following risk management processes describes this example? Option A, recovery point objective. Option B, mean time between failures. Option C, recovery time objective. Option D, mean time to repair. And the correct answer for this question is option D, mean time to repair. So let's check the explanation. So MTTR measures the average time required to repair a failed component or system such as a server hardware issue and restore it to full operational status. This metric directly addresses organizations' need to calculate the time needed to resolve the hardware issue. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, mean time to repair. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security engineer is installing an IPS to block signature-based attacks in the environment. So which of the following modes will best accomplish this task? Option A, monitor. Option B, sensor. Option C, audit. Option D, active. And the correct answer for this question is option D, active. So let's check the explanation. So IPS, an intrusion prevention system in active mode, not only detects malicious activity but also takes immediate action to prevent it, such as blocking the offending traffic or resetting the connection. This is the only mode among the options that can actively block the signature-based attacks as requested in the scenario. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, active. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an IT manager is increasing the security capabilities of an organization after a data classification initiative determined that sensitive data could be exfiltrated from the environment. So which of the following solutions could mitigate the risk? Option A, XDR. Option B, SFA. Option C, DLP. Option D, DMARC. And the correct answer for this question is option C, DLP. So DLP is a data loss prevention solutions are specifically designed to address the risk of sensitive data exfiltration. Following a data classification initiative, the DLP systems can monitor, detect and block the unauthorized movement of sensitive information from the organization's environment, whether it's via email, USB drives, cloud uploads or other channels. It enforces policies based on the data's classification to ensure appropriate security controls are applied. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, DLP. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is used to protect a computer from viruses, malware and trojans being installed and moving laterally across the network? Option A, IDS. Option B, ACL. Option C, EDR. Option D, NSE. And the correct answer for this question is option C, EDR, endpoint detection and response systems. So let's check the explanation. So endpoint detection and response systems are designed to continuously monitor endpoints, computers, servers, mobile devices for suspicious activity, detects threats like viruses, malware and trojans. and provide tools for rapid response and containment. The primary function includes identifying and mitigating threats that have bypassed initial defenses like traditional antivirus or firewalls and preventing them from moving laterally across the network. So that's why the correct answer for this question is EDR, endpoint detection and response. And this is the question. A network administrator is working on a project to deploy a load balancer in the company's cloud environment. So, which of the following fundamental security requirements does this project fulfill? Option A, privacy. Option B, integrity. Option C, confidentiality. Option D, availability. And the correct answer for this question is option D, availability. Let's check the explanation. So load balancers distribute incoming network traffic across multiple backend servers. This distribution ensures that no single server is overwhelmed and that the service remains operational and accessible even if one or more servers fail. The primary function of a load balancer in a security context is to provide fault tolerance and consistent uptime, which directly addresses the security requirement of availability. So that's why the availability ensures that system and data are accessible to authorized users when needed. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, availability. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a system administrator is changing the password policy within the enterprise environment and wants this update implemented on all systems as quickly as possible. So which of the following operating system security measures will the administrator most likely use? Option A, deploying PowerShell scripts. Option B, pushing GPU update. Option C, enabling PAP. Option D, updating EDR profiles. And the correct answer for this question is option B, pushing GPU updates. So let's check the explanation. So group policy object GPUs provide a centralized management infrastructure for configuring operating systems and applications in Windows Active Directory domain. And password policies are a common type of security setting managed through GPUs. Pushing a GPU update allows system administrator to quickly and uniformly enforce the new password policy across all systems in the domain from a central location. So which is the most efficient method in an enterprise environment. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, pushing GPU updates. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following would be most useful in determining whether the long-term cost to transfer a risk is less than the impact of the risk? Option A, ARO. Option B, RTO. Option C, RPO. Option D, ALE. And option E, SLE. And the correct answer for this question is option D, ALE. The annualized loss expectancy ALE is the most useful metric for determining whether the long-term cost to transfer a risk, example through insurance, is less than the financial impact of the risk. The ALE provides a clear long-term financial estimate of the risk by combining the potential impact of a single event and its expected frequency. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, ALE. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, in order to strengthen a password and prevent a hacker from cracking it, a random string of 36 characters was added to the password. So which of the following best describes this technique? Option A, key stretching. Option B, tokenization. Option C, data masking. Option D, salting. And the correct answer for this question is option D, salting. So let's check the explanation. So salting is a technique of adding a unique random string of characters salt to a password before it is hashed. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, salting. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a technician is deploying a new security camera. Which of the following should the technician do? Option A, configure the correct VLAN. Option B, perform a vulnerability scan. Option C, disable unnecessary ports. Option D, conduct a site survey. And the correct answer for this question is option D, conduct a site survey. So let's check the explanation. Conduct a site survey is a crucial initial step before deploying a new physical device like a security camera. A site survey involves inspection the area to determine the optimal placement for coverage, assess environmental factors, identify potential obstacles or blind spots, and plan for necessary infrastructure like network connectivity and power supply. So this ensures the camera effectively and physically meet its security objectives. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, conduct a site survey. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is experiencing a web services outage on the public network. The services are up and available but inaccessible. The network logs shows a sudden increase in the network traffic that is causing the outage. So which of the following attacks is the organization experiencing? Option A, ARP poisoning, option B, brute force, option C, buffer overflow, and option D, DDoS. And the correct answer for this question is option D, DDoS. So let's check the explanation. The scenario describes the sudden increases in network traffic that overwhelms the system and cause an outage, making the services inaccessible even though they are still running. This is the classic definition of distributed denial service DDoS attack, which aims to disrupt the availability of service by flooding it with excessive traffic from multiple sources. And the correct answer for this question is, that's why, D, DDoS. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following threat actors is the most likely to be motivated by profit? Option A, hacktivist, option B, insider threat, option C, organized crime, option D, shadow IT. And the correct answer for this question is option C, organized crime. So let's check the explanation. Organized crime groups are primarily and explicitly motivated by financial gain. They operate with the goal of generating profit from their illegal activities, which often include sophisticated cyber attacks such as ransomware, data theft for resale, and financial fraud. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, organized crime. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization expressing a cybersecurity incident involving a command and control server. So which of the following logs should be analyzed to identify the impacted host? Choose two options out of this. Option A, application, option B, authentication, option C, DSCP, option D, network, option E, firewall, and option F, database. And the correct answer for this question is option D, network, and option E, firewall. So let's check the explanation. So network logs record information about network traffic, including source and destination IP addresses, ports, and protocols. This information is crucial for identifying the internal host IP address that is communicating with the external C2 server's IP address or domain. And firewall logs detail allowed and blocked traffic, showing connections to and from the C2 server. By analyzing these, analyzed can pinpoint the internal IP that initiate the malicious connection and determine if the firewall successfully blocked any malicious activity or if communication was allowed. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, network, and option E, firewall. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, during a penetration test, a vendor attempts to enter an unauthorized area using an access badge. So which of the following types of tests does this represent? Option A, defensive, option B, passive, option C, offensive, option D, physical. And the correct answer for this question is option D, physical. So let's check the explanation. The scenario describes an action that directly interacts with the real world environment and its access controls, such as using an access badge to enter a restricted location. This is characteristics of a physical security test which inviolates controls like locks, badges, guards, and barriers by attempting to bypass them. The objective is to identify vulnerabilities in the tangible security measures of an organization's facilities. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, physical. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following factors are the most important to address when formulating a training curriculum plan for a security awareness program? So choose two options out of this. Option A, channels by which the organization communicates with customers. Option B, the reporting mechanism for ethics violations. Option C, threat vectors based on the industry in which the organization operates. Option D, secure software development training for all personnel. Option E, cadence and durations of training events. And last option, retraining requirements for individuals who fail phishing simulations. And the correct answer for this question is option C, threat vectors based on industry in which the organizations operates, and option E, cadence and duration of training events. So let's check the explanation. A security awareness program must be relevant to the specific threats an organization faces. Different industries, example finance, healthcare, manufacturing, encounter unique and targeted threat vectors such as specific phishing camping or insider threats. Tailoring the training contents of the specific real world risks ensures the information is practical and effective for employees in their daily roles. And the schedule and length of the training sessions are critical for knowledge retention and overall program effectiveness. Infrequent or excessively long training sessions are likely to be effective, and appropriate regular contents with the manageable durations helps keep security principles and awareness top of mind for employees. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, threat vectors based on the industry in which the organization operates, and option E, cadence and duration of training events. This is the question. A business needs a recovery site but does not require immediate failure. The business also wants to reduce the workload required to recover from an outage. So which of the following recovery sites is the best option? Option A, hot. Option B, cold. Option C, warm. And option D, geographically dispersed. And the correct answer for this question is option C, warm. So let's check the explanation. So a warm site offers a balance between cost and recovery time, making it the ideal choice for a business that does not require immediate failure but wants to reduce the workload associated with recovery. It is a pre-prepared facility with necessary hardware and network connectivity already installed, which significantly reduces setup time compared to a cold site. Data can be restored from recent backups, minimizing the recovery workload. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security team is setting up a new environment for hosting the organization's on-premises software application as a cloud-based service. So which of the following should the teams ensure is in place in order for the organizations to follow security-based practices? Option A, virtualization and isolation of resources. Option B, network segmentation. Option C, data encryption. Option D, strong authentication policies. And the correct answer for this question is option A, virtualization and isolation of resources. So let's check the explanation. So virtualization and isolation of resources is a foundational security practice when moving from an on-premises environment to a cloud-based service, which inherently involves shared resources. Virtualization allows for the creation of isolated environments, virtual machines, containers, etc. for applications and data, even when they run on the same physical hardware. This prevents a compromise in one virtual instance from easily affecting others, a noisy neighbor, or a breakout scenario, and is considered a crucial step for maintaining security in a cloud environment. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, virtualization and isolation of resources. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a manager receives an email that contains a link to receive a refund. After hovering over the link, the manager notices that the domain's URL points to a suspicious link. So which of the following security practices help the manager to identify the attack? Option A, end user training. Option B, policy review. Option C, URL scanning. Option D, plain text email. And the correct answer for this question is option A, end user training. So let's check the explanation. The manager was able to identify the attack by actively checking the URL, a skill typically taught in end-user training programs. Security awareness training educates employees to recognize and avoid social engineering tactics like phishing emails and suspicious links. The proactive human action, not a technical control, was the key factor in identifying the threat in this scenario. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, end user training. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a company wants to verify that the software the company is deploying came from the vendor the company purchased the software from. Which of the following is the best way for the company to confirm this information? Option A, validate the code signature. Option B, execute the code in a sandbox. Option C, search the executable for ASCII strings. And option D, generate hash for the files. And the correct answer for this question is option A, validate the code signature. So let's check the explanation. So validating the code signature is the best way to verify software authenticity because digital signature provides assurance of both integrity and origin. The signature confirms authenticity, the software package originated from the claimed vendor, and the integrity, the software has not been altered or tampered with since it was signed by the vendor. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, validate the code signature. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a systems administrator notices that one of the systems critical for processing customer transactions is running an end-of-life operating system. So which of the following techniques would increase enterprise security? Option A, installing HIDs on the system. Option B, placing the system in an isolated VLAN. Option D, decommissioning the system. Option D, encrypting the system's hard drive. And the correct answer for this question is option B, placing the system in the isolated VLAN. So let's check the explanation. The system in a question is both critical for business operations and running the end-of-life operating system, which means it likely has unpatched vulnerabilities and is a high security risk. Since the system cannot be immediately decommissioned due to its critical nature, the most effective security measure is to limit its exposure to potential threats. Placing the system in an isolated VLAN segments it from the rest of the network, creating a compensating control that significantly reduces the attack surface while allowing it to remain operational until a proper replacement or remediation can be implemented. This isolates potential compromises to that specific segment. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, placing the system in an isolated VLAN. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the Chief Information Security Officer at a large company would like to gain an understanding of how the company's security policies compare to the requirements imposed by external regulators. So which of the following should the CISO use? Option A is a penetration test. Option B is internal audit. Option C is attestation. Option D is external examination. And the correct answer for this question is option D, external examination. So let's check the explanation. An external examination, also known as an external audit or review, is conducted by a third-party entity to assess an organization's compliance with external laws, regulations, and industry standards. This unbiased review from an external perspective is crucial for understanding how the company's security policies align with the requirements imposed by external regulators. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, external examination. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a system administrator notices that a research and development department is not using the company VPN when accessing various company related services and systems. So which of the following scenarios describes this activity? Option A, espionage. Option B, data exfiltration. Option C, nation state attack. Option D, shadow IT. And the correct answer for this question is option D, shadow IT. So let's check the explanation. So shadow IT refers to the use of IT related hardware, software or services by employees or departments without explicit approval, knowledge or oversight of the central IT department. In this scenario, the research and development department bypassing the company VPN to access services is a classic example of using unsanctioned methods for network access. The use of a VPN is a key security control for secure remote access, and circumventing into it introduces significant security risks to the organization. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, shadow IT. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the marketing department set up its own project management software without telling the appropriate departments. So which of the following describe this scenario? Option A, shadow IT. Option B, insider threat. Option C, data exfiltration. Option D, service disruption. And the correct answer for this question is option A, shadow IT. So let's check the explanation. So shadow IT is the term used to describe the use of IT related hardware or software by department or individual without the knowledge, approval or oversight of the organization, central IT or security department. In this scenario, the marketing department bypasses the appropriate IT departments to set up its own project management software, which perfectly fits the definition of shadow IT. This practice can introduce security risks and compliance issues for the organization. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, shadow IT. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following would best explain why security analyst is running daily vulnerability scans on all corporate endpoints? Option A, to track the status of patching installations. Option B, to find shadow IT cloud deployments. Option C, to continuously monitor hardware's inventory. Option D, to hunt for active attackers in the network. And the correct answer for this question is option A, to track the status of patching installations. So let's check the explanation. Running daily vulnerability scans is a proactive security measures designed to identify security weakness in systems and applications. A primary reason for conducting these scans daily on endpoint is to track the status of patching installations and ensure all systems are up to date with security patches. Unpatched systems are a common and dangerous vulnerability that can be exploited by attackers. So regular monitoring is crucial to verify the effectiveness of the patch management process. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, to track the status of patching installations. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is classified as a high availability in a cloud environment? Option A, access broker. Option B, cloud HSM. Option C, WF. Option D, load balancer. And the correct answer for this question is option D, load balancer. So let's check the explanation. So a load balancer distributes incoming network traffic across multiple backend servers or resources like EC2 instance in a cloud environment. So by doing so, it ensures that no single server is overwhelmed, which improves the overall availability and reliability of the applications or service. If one server fails, the load balancer automatically redirects traffic to the remaining healthy servers, preventing a single point of failure and contributing directly to high availability. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, load balancer. And this is the question. Client files can only be accessed by employees who need to know the information and have specified roles in the company. So which of the following best describes the security concept? Option A, availability. Option B, confidentiality. Option C, integrity. And option D, non-repudiation. And the correct answer for this question is option B, confidentiality. So let's check the explanation. So confidentiality is the security concept that ensures information is accessed only by authorized individuals or entities. Restricting client files access to employees who have a specific need to know and defined roles is a direct implementation of the principle of the least privilege to maintain the secrecy and privacy of the data. This prevents unauthorized access and potential information leaks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, confidentiality. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following describes the category of data that is most impacted when it is lost? Option A, confidential. Option B, public. option C private, option D critical. And the correct answer for this question is option D critical. So let's check the explanation. So critical data is essential to an organization's operations, mission, or business continuity. Its loss result in the most significant impact, including severe disruptions in the business processes, major financial losses, regulatory non-compliance, and irreparable damage to the organization's reputation. The primary concern with the critical data is its availability and integrity for business operations. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, critical. So let's move to the next question. The next question is a new employee logs into the email system for the first time and notices a message from human resources about onboarding. The employee hovers over a few of the links within the email and discovers that the links do not correspond to links associated with the company. So which of the following attack vectors is most likely being used? Option A, business email, option B, social engineering, option C, unsecure network. And the correct answer for this question is option B, social engineering. So let's check the explanation. So social engineering involves manipulating people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. The scenario describes a classic phishing attempt, which is form of social engineering. The attacker sends an email that appears to be from a trusted source, human resources, to trick the employee into interacting with malicious links. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, social engineering. So let's move to the next question. The next question is which of the following describes understanding between a company and a client about what will be provided and the accepted time needed to provide the company with the resources? Option A SLA, option B MOU, option C MOA, and option D PPA. And the correct answer for this question is A SLA, service level agreement. So service level agreement is a formal contract between a service provider company and a client that defines the level of service expected, including what specific services or resources will be provided, performance metrics and standards, example uptime guarantees, response times, the agreed upon time frames and responsibilities for both parties. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, SLA. So let's move to the next question. The next question is a company that is located in an area prone to hurricanes is developing a disaster recovery plan and looking at site consideration that allow the company to immediately continue operations. So which of the following is the best type of site for this company? Option A cold, option B territory, option C warm, option D hot. And the correct answer for this question is option D hot. So let's check the explanation. The hot site is fully operational redundant data center that is always ready and equipped with all necessary hardware, software and up-to-date data, allowing a company to immediately continue operations after a disaster with minimal downtime. This is the ideal solution for a company in a hurricane prone area that requires immediate resumptions of operations. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, hot. So let's move to the next question. The next question is which of the following security controls is most likely being used when a critical legacy server is segmented into a private network? Option A deterrent, option B corrective, option C compensating, option D preventive. And the correct answer for this question is option C compensating. So let's check the explanation. So segmenting a critical legacy server into a private network is an example of compensating control. A legacy server often cannot support modern security measures like patching or updating to a newer, more secure operating system due to application dependencies or lack of vendor support. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, compensating. So let's move to the next question. The next question is which of the following best describe the practice of researching laws and regulations related to information security operations within a specific industry? Option A compliance reporting, option B GDPR, option C due diligence, option D attestation. And the correct answer for this question is option C due diligence. So let's check the explanation. So due diligence involves a thorough investigation to understand the laws, regulations, and best practices governing information security within an industry. This process helps organizations comply with legal requirements, manage risks, and avoid penalties. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, due diligence. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following considerations is the most important for organizations to evaluate as it establishes and maintains a data privacy program? Option A, reporting structure for the data privacy officer. Option B, request process for data subject access. Option C, role as a controller or processor. Option D, physical location of the company. And the correct answer for this question is option C, role as a controller or processor. So let's check the explanation. Understanding the organization's roles as a controller processor is the most important consideration because it fundamentally shapes its responsibilities and obligations under various data privacy regulations such as the GDPR. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, role as a controller or processor. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security analyst is investigating a workstation that is suspended of outbound communication to a command and control server. During the investigation, the analyst discovered that logs on the endpoint were deleted. So which of the following logs would the analyst most likely look at next? Option A, IPS. Option B, firewall. Option C, ACL. Option D, Windows security. And the correct answer for this question is option B, firewall. So let's check the explanation. The analyst is investigating potential outbound communications to command and control C2 server and has found that local logs on the endpoint were deleted. This suggests the attacker is trying to hide their tracks. Firewall logs, which are typically stored centrally on a separate, more secure server, provide critical information about network traffic, including all outbound connections from the workstation. These logs can reveal the destination IP addresses and ports used for communication, even if the local endpoint logs are gone. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, firewall. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an IT manager is putting together a documented plan describing how the organization will keep operating in the event of a global incident. So which of the following plans is the IT manager creating? Option A, business continuity. Option B, physical security. Option C, change management. Option D, disaster recovery. And the correct answer for this question is option A, business continuity. So let's check the explanation. A business continuity plan, BCP, is a documented plan that describes how an organization will maintain its operations and continue to function in the event of a significant disruption, such as global incident. It focuses on ensuring critical business functions remain available and that the entire business can recover and restore fully functionality as quickly as possible. BCP often includes a disaster recovery plan as a component. So that's why the correct answer for this question is A, business continuity. And this is the question. A systems administrator uses a key to encrypt a message being sent to a peer in a different branch office. The peer then uses the same key to decrypt the message. So which of the following describes this example? Option A, symmetric. Option B, asymmetric. Option C, hashing. Option D, salting. And the correct answer for this question is option A, symmetric. So let's check the explanation. And the explanation is, the scenario described where the same key is used by the administrator to encrypt a message and by the peer to decrypt the message is a definition of symmetric encryption. This method uses a single shared secret key for both processes. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, symmetric. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a visitor plugs a laptop into a network jack in the lobby and is able to connect to the company's network. So which of the following should be configured on the existing network infrastructure to best prevent this activity? Option A, port security. Option B, web application firewall. Option C, transport layer security. Option D, virtual private network. And the correct answer for this question is option A, port security. So let's check the explanation. So port security is a network switch feature that restricts input to an interface by limiting and identifying the MAC addresses of devices allowed to access the port by conferring port security on the network jacks in the lobby. The organizations can ensure that only authorized devices with specific allowed MAC addresses can connect. Any unauthorized device such as a visitor's laptop would be blocked at the physical access level, preventing it from gaining network access. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, port security. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a security administrator is reissuing a former employee's laptop. So which of the following is the best combination of data handling activities for the administrator to perform? Choose two out of these options. Option A, data retention. Option B, certification. Option C, destruction. Option D, classification. Option E, sanitization. Option F, enumeration. And the correct answer for this question is option C, destruction, and option E, sanitization. So let's check the explanation. When reissuing a former employee's laptop, a security administrator must ensure that all data from the previous user is securely and permanently removed to prevent unauthorized access and data breaches. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, destruction, and option E, sanitization. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a systems administrator would like to deploy a change to production system. So which of the following must the administrator submit to demonstrate that the system can be restored to a working state in the event of a performance issue? Option A, backout plan. Option B, impact analysis. Option C, test procedure. Option D, approval procedure. And the correct answer for this question is option A, backout plan. So let's check the explanation. A backout plan is a predefined strategy or set of documented procedures used to revert a system to its previous working state in the event that a new change or patch causes issues, such as performance problems or failures. This plan ensures that changes can be safely rolled back, minimizing downtime and mitigating potential negative impacts on the system stability and availability. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, backout plan. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is redesigning its infrastructure and wants to reduce the number of physical servers in use. So which of the following architecture is best suited for this goal? Option A, serverless. Option B, segmentation. Option C, virtualization. Option D, microservices. And the correct answer for this question is option C, virtualization. So let's check the explanation. So virtualization is the most suitable architecture for reducing the number of physical servers because it allows multiple virtual machines to run simultaneously on a single physical server, effectively consolidating hardware resources. This maximizes the utilization of each physical machine, leading to a significant reduction in the total number of physical servers required for a given workload. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, virtualization. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a bank set up a new server that contains customers' PI. Which of the following should the bank use to make sure the sensitive data is not modified? Option A, full disk encryption. Option B, network access control. Option C, file integrity monitoring. Option D, user behavior analytics. And the correct answer for this question is option C, file integrity monitoring. So let's check the explanation. So file integrity monitoring, FIM, is appropriate control because it specifically addresses the need to monitor and detect unauthorized modifications to sensitive data. FIM works by comparing the current state of files against a known trusted baseline, often using cryptographic checksums and generating alerts if any changes are detected. This directly ensures data integrity. So that's why the correct answer for this question is file integrity monitoring. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, users at a company are reporting they are unable to access the URL for a new retail website because it is flagged as gambling and is being blocked. So which of the following changes would allow users to access the site. Option A, creating a firewall rule to allow HTTPS traffic. Option B, configuring the IPS to allow shopping. Option C, tuning the DLP rule that detects credit card data. Option D, updating the categorizations in the content filter. And the correct answer for this question is option D, updating the categorizations in the content filter. So let's check the explanation. The issue is that a legitimate retail website is being misclassified as a gambling site and subsequently blocked by the company's security measures. The tool responsible for blocking websites based on their category is a content filter. By updating the categorizations within the content filter to correctly identify the website as shopping or retail, the block will be lifted, allowing user access. So that's why the correct answer for this question is updating the categorizations in the content filter. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following most impacts an administrator's ability to address CVS discovered on a server? Option A, rescanning requirements. Option B, patch availability. Option C, organizational impact. Option D, risk tolerance. And the correct answer for this question is option B, patch availability. So let's check the explanation. So patch availability is the single most important factor impacting an administrator's ability to address CVEs, because if a vendor has not released a patch, the vulnerability cannot be remediated through standard patching procedures regardless of other factors. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, patch availability. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following describes effective change management procedures? Option A, approving the change after successful deployment. Option B, having a backup plan when a patch fails. Option C, using a spreadsheet for tracking changes. Option D, using an automatic change control bypass for security updates. And the correct answer for this question is option B, having a backup plan when a patch fails. So let's check the explanation. So having a backup plan when a patch fails is a critical component of effective change management. It ensures that if a change or update causes unforeseen issues, the system can be quickly restored to its previous stable data, a last known good state, so minimizing downtime and operational impact. This contingency planning is essential for maintaining business continuity. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, having a backup plan when a patch fails. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the CRT is reviewing an incident that involved a human resources recruiter extra filtering sensitive company data. The CRT found that a recruiter was able to use HTTP over port 53 to upload documents to a web server. So which of the following security infrastructure devices could have identified and blocked this activity? Option A, WF utilizing SSL decryption. Option B, NGFW utilizing application inspection. Option C, UTM utilizing a thread feed. Option D, SD-WAN utilizing IPsec. And the correct answer for this question is option B, NGFW utilizing application inspection. So let's check the explanation. So NGFW means a next generation firewall with application inspection, also known as a deep packet inspection or application awareness. It's specifically designed to identify and control applications regardless of the port they use. It analyzes the actual data payload to determine the true application protocol. In this case, identifying the traffic as HTTP even though it's on port 53. And it can then block it based on policy. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, NGFW utilizing application inspection. So I hope you're enjoying this video and this part has been completed. So study hard, good luck, and thanks for watching. If you like this video, please don't forget to subscribe the channel to see more video like this. I will upload next part shortly. Thanks for watching. And this is the question. Which of the following agreement types defines the time frame in which a vendor needs to respond? Option A, SOW. Option B, SLA. Option C, MOA. Option D, MOU. And the correct answer for this question is option B, SLA. So let's check the explanation. So an SLA is a formal contract component that ensures accountability and sets clear, measurable expectations for the vendor's performance, including how quickly they must respond to incidents or service requests. This is precisely the function describes in the question. That's why the correct answer for this question is option P, SLA. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is a feature of next generation SIM system? Option A, virus signatures. Option B, automated response actions. Option C, security agent deployment. Option D, vulnerability scanning. And the correct answer for this question is option B, automated response actions. So let's check the explanation. So next generation security information and event management SIM systems integrate security orchestrations, automations, and response SOR capabilities, which allows for automated actions in response to detected security incidents. So this can include actions like isolating an infected host or blocking a malicious IP address, which helps security teams respond to threats more quickly and efficiently than manual intervention alone. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, automated response actions. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, to improve the security at a data center, a security administrator implements a CCTV system and posts several signs about the possibility of being filmed. So which of the following best describe these types of controls? Choose two out of these options. Option A, preventive. Option B, deterrent. Option C, corrective. Option D, directive. Option E, compensating. And option F, detective. And the correct answer for this question is option B and option F. B is a deterrent and F is detective. So let's check the explanation. So deterrent, the presence of the CCTV system and accompanying signs acts as a deterrent. The explicit purpose of the signs is to make potential intruders or unauthorized individuals aware that they are being monitored, thereby discouraging them for the engaging in the malicious activities. And detective, a CCTV system is detective control because it is a measure used to identify an event that has occurred or is currently occurring. If an incident happens, the footage can review to investigate the event. So identify the people involved and determine what happened. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B and option F. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an attacker posing as the chief executive officer calls an employee and instructs the employee to buy gift cards. So which of the following techniques is the attacker using? Option A, smishing. Option B, disinformation. Option C, impersonating. And option D, whaling. And the correct answer for this question is option C, impersonating. So explanation, the core actions in the scenario is the attacker pretending to be someone they are not, the CEO, to deceive an employee. So this acts of deception is defined as impersonation, which is a key social engineering techniques, while the scenario also describes a type of phishing attack known as whaling because it involves high profile executive, the CEO. The most accurate description of the technique being used to manipulate the employee is impersonating the CEO. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, after conducting a vulnerability scan, a system administrator notices that one of the identified vulnerabilities is not present on the systems that were scanned. So which of the following describes this example? Option A, false positive. Option B, false negative. Option C, true positive. Option D, true negative. And the correct answer for this question is option A, false positive. So let's check the explanation. A false positive occurs when the vulnerability scanner or security system incorrectly identifies a vulnerability or threat that does not actually exist on the system. In the scenario described, the vulnerability scan produced a positive result. It identified a vulnerability. The system's administrator investigated and determined the finding was false. The vulnerability was not present. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, false positive. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a recent penetration test identified that an attacker could float the MAC address table of network switches. So which of the following would best mitigate this type of attack? Option A, load balancer. Option B, port security. Option C, IPS. option D, NGFW. And the correct answer for this question is option B, port security. So let's check the explanation. So port security is the most effective mitigation because it is specifically designed to control which devices can connect to a switch port based on their MAC addresses. It allows administrators to limit the number of MAC addresses that can be learned on a single port, or block or disable a port when an unauthorized MAC address is detected, preventing an attacker from flooding the switch's MAC table with fake entries. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, port security. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a user would like to install software and features that are not available with a smartphone's default software. So which of the following would allow the user to install unauthorized software and enable new features? Option A, SQLI, option B, cross-site scripting, option C, jailbreaking, option D, side loading. And the correct answer for this question is option C, jailbreaking. So let's check the explanation. So jailbreaking or rooting for Android devices is the process of removing the restrictions imposed by the manufacturer or carrier on a mobile device's operating system. This process grants the user deeper, often root level, access to the device's file system, allowing them to install unauthorized software, alter system settings, and enable features not available through official channels or the device's default software. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, jailbreaking. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following phases of an incident response involves generating reports? Option A, recovery, option B, preparation, option C, lessons learned, option D, containment. And the correct answer for this question is option C, lessons learned. So let's check the explanations. The lessons learned, also referred to as post-incident activity or post-incident review phase, is the final stage of the incident response process, during which the entire incident and the response to it are analyzed. This analysis involves identifying what went well and what did not go well during the response, documenting the incident and generating formal reports that detail the findings and recommend improvements for future incident response plans, systems, and procedures. So determine the root cause of the incident and whether it was avoidable. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, lessons learned. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following methods would most likely be used to identify legacy systems? Option A, bug bounty program, option B, vulnerability scan, option C, package monitoring, option D, dynamic analysis. And the correct answer for this question is option B, vulnerability scan. So let's check the explanation. A vulnerability scan is the most likely method to identify legacy systems because it scans systems for known vulnerabilities, outdated software versions, and unsupported systems. Legacy systems are often old, unsupported, and unpatched, making them described by a scanner looking for these characteristics. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, vulnerability scan. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, employees located offsite must have access to company resources in order to complete their assigned task. These employees utilize a solution that allows remote access without interception concerns. So which of the following best describes this solution? Option A, proxy server, option B, NGFW, option C, VPN, option D, security zone. And the correct answer for this question is VPN, virtual private network. So let's check the explanation. A virtual private network creates a secure encrypted tunnel over a public network like the internet, allowing remote employees to access company resources safely and without interception concerns. Data transmitted through this tunnel is protected, making it appears as though the user is physically on the company's internal network. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, VPN, a virtual private network. And this is the question. Which of the following is a possible factor for MFA? So option A, something you exhibit, option B, something you have, option C, somewhere you are, option D, someone you know. And the correct answer for this question is option B, something you have. So let's check the explanation. So something you have is a standard and widely accepted factor in multi-factor authentication, also known as a possession factor. So examples include physical items like a smart card, hardware token, or smartphone app that generates one-time codes, OTPs. MFA requires combining at least two distinct types of factors from different categories to verify a user's identity and enhance security. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, something you have. So let's move to the next question. The next question is easy to guess password lead to an account compromise. The current password policy requires at least 12 alphanumeric characters, one uppercase character, one lowercase character, a password history of two passwords, a minimum password age of 1 day, and a maximum password age of 90 days. So which of the following would reduce the risk of this incident from happening again? So choose two out of these options. Option A, increasing the minimum password length to 14 characters. Option B, upgrading the password hashing algorithms from MD5 to SHA-512. Option C, increasing the maximum password age to 120 days. Option D, reducing the minimum password length to 10 characters. Option E, reducing the minimum password age to 0 days. Option F, including a requirement for at least one special character. And the correct answer for this question is option A, increasing the minimum password length to 14 characters, and option F, including a requirement for at least one special character. So let's check the explanation. The incident was caused by easy to guess passwords. The most effective ways to reduce the risk are to increase the passwords entropy, randomness, and complexity, making it harder to guess or track. Option A, increasing the minimum password length to 14 characters directly improves security by significantly increasing the number of possible passwords, making brute force attacks much harder. And option F, including a requirement for at least one special character, increases complexity, which combined with the existing alphanumeric requirements further expands the character set, making passwords more resistant to dictionary and brute force attacks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A and option F. So let's move to the next question. The next question is a user downloaded software from an online forum. After the user installed the software, the security team observed external network traffic connecting to the user's computer on an uncommon port. Which of the following is the most likely explanation of this unauthorized connection? Option A, the software had a hidden keylogger. Option B, the software was ransomware. Option C, the user's computer had a fileless virus. Option D is the software contained a backdoor. And the correct answer for this question is option D, the software contained a backdoor. So let's check the explanation. So observation of unauthorized external network traffic connecting to the user's computer on an uncommon port following the installation of software from an online forum is a strong indicator of web backdoor. A backdoor is a type of malware that provides an attacker with unauthorized remote access to a compromised system, often using non-standard ports to evade detection. The traffic represents a malware calling home or communicating with a common end control C2 server. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, the software contained a backdoor. So let's move to the next question. The next question is a utility company is designing a new platform that will host all the virtual machines used by business applications. The requirements include a starting baseline of 50% memory utilization, option storage scalability, and single circuit failure resilience. And which of the following best meets all these requirements? So option A, connecting dual PDUs to redundant power supply. Option B, transitioning the platform to an IaaS provider. And option C, configuring a network load balancing for multiple paths. Option D, deploying multiple large NAS devices for each host. And the correct answer for this question is option B, transitioning the platform to an IaaS provider. So let's check the explanation. The approach best meets all the specified requirements for a scalable and resilient platform hosting virtual machines. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, transitioning the platform to an IaaS provider. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following best describe the use case for DNS sinkhole? Option A, attackers can see a DNS sinkhole as a highly valuable resource to identify a company's domain structure. Option B, a DNS sinkhole can be used to draw employees away from known good websites to malicious ones owned by the attacker. Option C, a DNS sinkhole can be used to capture traffic to known malicious domains used by attackers. And option D, a DNS sinkhole can be set up to attract potential attackers away from a company's network. And the correct answer for this question is option C. A DNS sinkhole can be used to capture traffic to known malicious domain used by attackers. So let's check the explanation. A DNS sinkhole, also known as a sinkhole server or backhaul DNS, is a security tool used to redirect DNS queries for known malicious domain to control non-existing or dummy IP address, often a local server within the organization's network. This redirection prevents infected client machines within the network from communicating with the actual command and control C2 servers or other harmful sites, effectively blocking the malware's activity. The redirected traffic can be captured and analyzed by security analysts, allowing them to identify infected hosts within the network and gather threat intelligence about the malware's operations. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C. A DNS sinkhole can be used to capture traffic to known malicious domains used by attackers. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an incident analyst finds several images files on a hard disk. The image files may contain geolocation coordinates. Which of the following best describes the type of information the analyst is trying to extract from the image files? Option A, log data. Option B, metadata. Option C, encrypted data. Option D, sensitive data. And the correct answer for this question is option B, metadata. So let's check the explanation. So metadata is a data that provides information about other data in the context of image files. This include details like the camera model, date time the photo was taken, and potentially geolocation coordinates. AXF data and analyst extracting the information is by definition working with metadata. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, metadata. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following most likely describes why a security engineer would configure all outbound emails to use S/MIME digital signatures? And the options are, option A is to meet compliance standards, option B to increase delivery rates, option C to block phishing attacks, option D to ensure non-repudiation. And the correct answer for this question is option D, to ensure non-repudiation. And the explanation is, S/MIME digital signature uses a sender's private key to sign an email, providing assurance of the sender's identity and the email's content has not been altered in transit. This process ensures non-repudiations, meaning the sender cannot legitimately deny having sent the email later on. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, during a recent company safety stand down, the cyber awareness team gave up presentations on the importance of cyber hygiene. So one topic the team covered was best practices for printing centers. Which of the following describes an attack method that related to printing centers? Option A, whaling. Option B, credentials harvesting. Option C, prepending. Option D, dumpster diving. And the correct answer for this question is option E, dumpster diving. So let's check the explanation. So dumpster diving is the practice of shifting through physical ways to obtain information that has been carelessly discarded. In the context of printing centers, this could involve an attacker retrieving sensitive documents that were printed and then thrown away without being shredded or security disposed of. Proper disposal of printed materials is a key part of physical cyber hygiene. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, dumpster diving. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following considerations is the most important regarding cryptography use in an IoT device? Option A, resource constraints. Option B, available bandwidth. Option C, the use of block ciphers. Option D, the compatibility of the TLS version. And the correct answer for this question is option A, resource constraints. So let's check the explanation. So resource constraints are the most important consideration for cryptography in an IoT device because the devices typically have limited processing power, memory, and battery life. Cryptographic operations are computationally intensive, so it is essential to select lightweight and efficient algorithms like elliptic curve cryptography (ECC) that can function within these limitations without excessively draining power or degrading performance. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, resource constraints. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a coffee shop owner wants to restrict internet access to only paying customers by prompting them for receipt number. So which of the following is the best method to use given this requirement? Option A, WPA3, option B, captive portal, option C, PSK, option D, IEEE 802.1x. And the correct answer for this question is option B, captive portal. So let's check the explanation. A captive portal is a web page that users are forced to view and interact with before they are granted full access to the network or internet. In a coffee shop setting, the portal can be configured to prompt users for a specific input such as receipt number before allowing them online access. This method effectively meets the requirement of restricting internet access to only paying customers. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, captive portal. And this is the question. A company is reviewing options to enforce user logins after several account takeovers. The following conditions must be met as part of the solution. Allow employees to work remotely or from assigned offices around the world. Provide a seamless login experience. Limit the amount of equipment required. Which of the following best meets these conditions? Option A, trusted devices. Option B, geotagging. Option C, smart cards. Option D, time-based logins. And the correct answer for this question is option A, trusted devices. So let's check the explanation. So trusted devices work in a conjunction with identity and access management system, often leveraging multi-factor authentications or MFA to enforce security policies based on the device trust. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, trusted devices. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following methods can be used to detect attackers who have successfully infiltrated a network? Choose two out of these options. Option A, tokenization. Option B, CI/CD. Option C, honeypots. Option D, threat modeling. Option E, DNS sinkhole. Option F, data obfuscation. And the correct answer for this question is option C, honeypots, and option E, DNS sinkhole. So let's check the explanation. So honeypots is a decoy system or service designed to attract attackers. Once the attacker interacts with the honeypots, their actions can be monitored and logged, which helps in detecting their presence within the network and gathering intelligence about their tactics. And DNS sinkholes redirects traffics from known malicious domains such as those used to command and control C2 communication by malware to a control server. By monitoring the request to the sinkhole, administrators can identify compromised systems within the network that are attempting to communicate with malicious external sites. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, honeypots, and option E, DNS sinkhole. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the company wants to ensure that the software it develops will not be tampered with after the final version is completed. So which of the following should the company most likely use? Option A, hashing. Option B, encryption. Option C, baselines. Option D, tokenization. And the correct answer for this question is option A, hashing. So let's check the explanation. So hashing generates a unique fixed size digital fingerprint hash value of the software file. The company can securely store this original hash. Any subsequent modification, no matter how small, to the software will result in a completely different hash value when the file is rehashed. By comparing the current hash with the original, the company can instantly verify if the software has been tampered with and thus ensure its integrity. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, hashing. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization completed a project to deploy SSO across all business applications last year. So recently the finance department selected a new cloud-based accounting software vendor. So which of the following should most likely be configured during the new software deployment? Option A, Radius. Option B, SML. Option C, EAP. Option D, OpenID. And the correct answer for this question is option B, SML. So SML is a security assertion markup language, is an XML based standard for exchanging authentication and authorization data between an identity provider and a service provider, making it the most suitable protocol for enabling single sign-on in enterprise cloud-based applications. Since the organizations want the new cloud-based software to integrate with its existing ecosystem, SML would be the most likely configuration. So that's why the correct answer for this question is B, SML, security assertion markup language. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a user who is waiting for a flight at an airport logs in to the airline website using the public Wi-Fi, ignores the security warnings and purchases an upgraded seat. When the flight lands, the user finds unauthorized credit card charges. Which of the following attacks most likely occurred? Option A, replay attack. Option B, memory leak. Option C, buffer overflow attack. Option D, on-path attack. And the correct answer for this question is option D, on-path attack. So let's check the explanation. So on-path attack, formerly known as man in the middle, in this scenario, an attacker interrupts the communication between the user's device and the airline's website while the user is connected to an unsecure public Wi-Fi network. The user, ignoring a security warning, likely about an invalid or untrusted security certificate, which often indicates an interception attempt. Enable this, the attacker would have capture the user's credit card information and later use it for unauthorized charges. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, on path attack. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a network engineer deployed redundant switch stack to increase system availability. So however, the budget can only cover the cost of one ISP connection. Which of the following best describes the potential risk factor? Option A, the equipment MTBF is unknown. Option B, the ISP has no SLA. Option C, an RPO has not been determined. Option D, there is a single point of failure. And the correct answer for this question is option D, there is a single point of failure. So let's check the explanation. The network engineer implemented redundancy for the internal switch stack, which is good for internal availability. However, the budget constraints resulted in only one connection to the internet service provider ISP. The single ISP connection represents a single point of failure SPF for all external connectivity. If the single ISP links or the ISP service fails, the entire network will lose connectivity to the internet, undermining the purpose of the internal redundancy. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, there is a single point of failure. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a network team segmented a critical end-of-life server to a VLAN that can only be reached by specific devices but cannot be reached by the perimeter network. So which of the following best describe the controls the team implemented? Option A, managerial. Option B, physical. Option C, corrective. Option D, detective. Option E, compensating. Option F, technical. Option G, deterrent. And the correct answer for this question is option E, compensating, and option F, technical. So let's check the explanation. So compensating controls are alternative measures used to mitigate risk when a primary control is not feasible or available. The end of life server is a legacy system that likely cannot receive security updates, posing a significant risk. The network segmentation acts as an alternative safeguard to reduce the risk. Technical controls involves using technology to manage or mitigate risk. Implementing VLAN segmentation and restricting access with specific device configurations are technology-based measures that enforce security policies. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option E, compensating controls, and option F, technical controls. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a threat actor was able to use a username and password to log in into a stolen company mobile device. So which of the following provides the best solution to increase mobile data security on all employees' company mobile devices? Option A, application management. Option B, full disk encryption. Option C, remote wipe. Option D, containerization. And the correct answer for this question is option B, full disk encryption. So let's check the explanation. The question asks for the best solution to increase mobile data security on all employees' company mobile devices as a proactive measures, not simply a reactive response to a single incident. And the full disk encryption ensures that all data stored on the device is encrypted and generally cannot be accessed without the proper encryption keys. While the threat actor was able to log in using a username and password in the scenario, FDE protects the data at rest if the device is physically compromised, and encryption key often tied to the user's login credentials or separate key is not provided. The login in the scenario implies the data was accessible for authentication. However, implementing FDE across all devices provides a foundational, comprehensive layer of security that protects data from being accessed if the device is lost, stolen, or booted from an external source. Even if simple credentials like basic screen lock pin are bypassed, it is a preventive measures for data security across the entire fleet. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, full disk encryption. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following best describes the risk present after controls and mitigating factors have been applied? Option A, residual. Option B, avoided. Option C, inherent. Option D, operational. And the correct answer for this question is option A, residual. So let's check the explanation. So residual risk is the amount of risk that remains after all controls, countermeasures, and mitigating factors have been implemented. No system or process is ever completely risk-free and is remaining acceptable or sometimes unacceptable. So level of risk is what organizations must continuously monitor and manage. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, residual risk. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a software development team asks a security administrator to recommend techniques that should be used to reduce the chances of software being reverse engineered. Which of the following should the security administrator recommend? Option A, digitally signing the software. Option B, performing code obfuscation. Option C, limiting the use of third-party libraries. And option D, using compliance flags. And the correct answer for this question is option B, performing code obfuscation. So let's check the explanation. So code obfuscation is a technique that transforms unstable sources or machine code into a form that is difficult for humans to and machines to read and analyze without changing its function. The primary goal of obfuscation is to protect the software's intellectual property, logic, and embedded values from being discovered to reverse engineering. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, performing code obfuscation. And this is the question. Which of the following security measures is required when using a cloud-based platform for IoT management? Option A, encrypted connection. Option B, federated identity. Option C, firewall. Option D, single sign-on. And the correct answer for this question is option A, encrypted connection. So let's check the explanation. So encrypted connection using protocols like SSL/TLS, HTTPS are a fundamental and mandatory security measure when using a cloud-based platform for IoT management because data is often transmitted over public networks, the internet. This ensures data confidentiality and integrity during transit between IoT devices and a cloud platform, protecting it from interceptions or tampering by unauthorized parties. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following threat vector is most commonly utilized by insider threat actors attempting data exfiltration? Option A, unidentified removable devices. Option B, default network device credentials. Option C, spear phishing emails. Option D, impersonations of business units through typo squatting. And the correct answer for this question is option A, unidentified removable devices. So let's check the explanation. So insider threat actors most commonly utilize unidentified removable devices for data exfiltration. Removable media such as USB drives provides a direct, simple and often untraceable method for an insider to physically copy and remove large numbers of sensitive data from an organization's premises. This vector often bypasses basic network security controls like firewalls or email filters. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following methods to secure credit card data is best to use when a requirement is to see only the last four numbers on a credit card? Option A, encryption. Option B, hashing. Option C, masking. Option D, tokenization. And the correct answer for this question is option C, masking. So let's check the explanation. So masking is the method specifically designed to hide sensitive information such as credit card number by replacing most of the characters with symbols like asterisk or X's while leaving a portion visible, commonly the last four digits. This allows the data to be used for display logging or partial identification without exposing the full sensitive information. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the Chief Information Security Officer CISO has determined the company is non-compliant with local data privacy regulations. The CISO needs to justify the budget request for more resources. Which of the following should the CISO present to the board as a direct consequence of non-compliance? Option A, fines. Option B, reputational damage. Option C, sanctions. Option D, contractual implications. And the correct answer for this question is option A, fines. So let's check the explanation. The most direct and immediate consequence of non-compliance with data privacy regulations that the CISO can present to the board is the risk of fines. Regulatory bodies are specifically empowered to issue substantial monetary penalties for violations of data privacy laws such as GDPR, CCPA, etc. These fines are quantifiable and direct financial impact which the board can clearly understand when considering a budget request. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following alert types is the most likely to be ignored over time? Option A, true positive. Option B, true negative. Option C, false positive. Option D, false negative. And the correct answer for this question is option C, false positive. So let's check the explanation. So false positive alerts are the most likely to be ignored over time because they indicate the presence of an issue when none actually exists. When security analysts or users are repeatedly bombarded with the numerous false alarms, they experience what is known as alert fatigue, leading them to eventually dismiss or overlook these alerts, including genuine ones. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security analyst is investigating an application server and discovers that software on the server is behaving abnormally. The software normally runs batch jobs locally and does generate traffic, but the process is now generating outbound traffic over random high ports. So which of the following vulnerabilities has likely been exploited in this software? Option A, memory injection. Option B, race condition. Option C, side loading. Option D, SQL injection. And the correct answer for this question is option A, memory injection. So let's check the explanation. So memory injection involves injecting malicious code into the memory of a running legitimate process. This allows the attacker's code to run with the privilege and context of the original application, making it difficult to detect. The software's abnormal behavior, generating unexpected outbound traffic or random high ports, is a common indicator of the malicious payload communicating with the command and control C2 server, or exfiltrating data using the compromised process as a cover. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an important patch for a critical application has just been released and the system administrator is identifying all of the systems requiring the patch. So which of the following must be maintained in order to ensure that all systems requiring the patch are updated? Option A, asset inventory. Option B, network enumeration. Option C, data certification. Option D, procurement process. And the correct answer for this question is option A, asset inventory. So let's check the explanation. So maintaining an accurate and up-to-date asset inventory is crucial for ensuring all systems are patched. An asset inventory provides a comprehensive record for all hardware and software within an organization's network, including details about which applications are installed on which systems. Without this information, a system administrator cannot reliably identify all systems that require a specific patch, potentially leaving some systems vulnerable. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following should a security operations center use to improve its incident response procedure? Option A, playbooks. Option B, frameworks. Option C, baselines. Option D, benchmarks. And the correct answer for this question is option A, playbooks. So let's check the explanation. The Security Operations Center should use playbooks to improve its incident response procedures because playbook provides a detailed step-by-step guide for responding to specific types of cybersecurity incidents. They ensure consistency, speed, and accuracy by outlining the exact action to take, roles involved, and escalation paths, which is crucial during a time-sensitive security event. So let's go to the next question. The next question is, which of the following describes an executive team that is meeting in a boardroom and testing the company's incident response plan? Option A, continuity of operations. Option B, capacity planning. Option C, tabletop exercise. Option D, parallel processing. And the correct answer for this question is option C, tabletop exercise. So let's check the explanation. A tabletop exercise is a discussion-based simulation where an executive team, key personnel, or other stakeholders meet in a non-threatening environment like a boardroom to talk through their roles and responsibilities during a hypothetical security incident or disaster. This process helps to evaluate the effectiveness of the incident response plan, identify gaps, and ensure coordination without disrupting actual operations. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, healthcare organizations wants to provide a web application that allows individuals to digitally report health emergencies. So which of the following is the most important considerations during development? Option A, scalability. Option B, availability. Option C, cost. Option D, ease of deployment. And the correct answer for this question is option B, availability. So let's check the explanation. The application is designed to report health emergencies, making it a critical, potentially life-saving system. In such scenarios, the ability of the system to be accessed and used whenever needed, availability is paramount. If the system is down or inaccessible during an emergency, it failed its primary purpose, potentially leading to severe consequences. The CI tried confidentiality, integrity, and availability in security highlights availability as a key focus area for mission critical systems. And this is the question. The company allows customers to upload PDF documents to its public e-commerce website. So which of the following would a security analyst most likely recommend? Option A, utilizing attack signatures in an IDS. Option B, enabling malware detection through a UTM. Option C, limiting the affected servers with a load balancer. Option D, blocking command injections via a WF. And the correct answer for this question is option B, enabling malware detection through a UTM. So let's check the explanation. So enabling malware detection through a UTM, Unified Threat Management, is the most appropriate recommendation because allowing customers to upload files directly to a public website introduces a significant risk of malware being uploaded. A UTM typically includes integrated antivirus and malware detection capabilities that can scan uploaded files in real time, identifying and blocking malicious content before it can compromise the server or other users. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, enabling malware detection through a UTM. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a security analyst developed a script to automate a trivial and repeatable task. So which of the following best describes the benefits of ensuring other team members understand how the script works? Option A, to reduce implementation cost. Option B, to identify complexity. Option C, to remediate technical debit. Option D, to prevent a single point of failure. And the correct answer for this question is option D, to prevent a single point of failure. So let's check the explanation. So ensuring that other team members understand how a script works is essential for business continuity. If only one person knows how to maintain a troubleshoot and automated task script, and that person is unavailable. So example takes a leave of absence, leaves the company, the organization could face operational issues. So sharing knowledge and ensuring multiple people can support the script prevents a single point of failure, SPF. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, to prevent a single point of failure. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a company is decommissioning its physical servers and replacing them with an architecture that will reduce the number of individual operating systems. So which of the following strategies should the company use to achieve the security requirements? Option A, microservices. Option B, containerizations. Option C, virtualization. And option D, infrastructure as a code. And the correct answer for this question is option B, containerization. So let's check the explanation. So containerizations allows multiple applications to run in isolated environments, containers on a single shared operating system kernel. So this approach significantly reduces the number of individual operating systems that need to be managed and secured compared to running each application on its own operating system or a dedicated physical server. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator needs to perform server hardening before deployment. So which of the following steps should the administrator take? Choose two out of these options. Option A, disable default accounts. Option B, add the server to the asset inventory. Option C, remove unnecessary services. Option D, document default passwords. Option E, send server logs to the SIM. Option F, join the server to the corporate domain. And the correct answer for this question is option A, disable default accounts, and option C, remove unnecessary services. So let's check the explanation. So server hardening involves reducing a server's attack surface and enhancing the security before deployment. So option A, disable default accounts. So default accounts often have well-known or easily guessable passwords, making them a primary target for attackers. Disabling or renaming them and creating new account with strong unique password is a critical security step. So option C is a remove unnecessary services. So every running service presents a potential vulnerability part of the attack surface. Removing services not essentials for the server's intended function minimizes potential entry points for an attacker. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A and option C. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a chief information security officer would like to conduct frequent detailed reviews of systems and procedures to track compliance objectives. So which of the following will be the best method to achieve this objective? Option A, third party attention. Option B, penetration testing. Option C, internal auditing. Option D, vulnerability scans. And the correct answer for this question is option C, internal auditing. So let's check the explanation. So internal auditing involves frequent detailed self-initiated reviews of an organization systems, procedures and controls to ensure they meet established policies and regulatory requirements. This process is ideal for a CISO who wants to track compliance objectives frequently because organization controls the scope, timing and frequency of these audits. The primary goal is continuous monitoring and improvement, allowing for prompt identifications and remediations of non-compliance areas before external assessment. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, internal auditing. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following security concepts is accomplished with installation of a radio server? Option A CIA, option B AAA, option C ACL, and option D PM. And the correct answer for this question is option B AAA. So let's check the explanation. The installation of radio server remote authentication dial in user service server primarily accomplishes the security concept of AAA, and AAA stands for: first A is authentication, verifies the identity of user or device attempting to access network resources. Second A is accounting, track the uses of network resources by users, including session duration and amount of data transfer for auditing purposes. Third A is authorization, determines what an authenticated user is allowed to do or access based on predefined policies. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, AAA. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, after creating a contract for IT contractors, the Human Resources Department changed several clauses. The contract has gone through 3 revisions. Which of the following processes should the Human Resources Department follow to track revisions? Option A, version validation. Option B, version changes. Option C, version updates. Option D, version control. And the correct answer for this question is option D, version control. So let's check the explanation. So version control, also known as revision control, is a system or process that records changes made to a file or set of files over time, including who made the changes and when. This allows users to track the history of revisions, compare different versions, and if necessary reverts to a previous state. This process is essential for document management in the professional settings like a human resources department to ensure all revisions are documented and the most current version is clearly identified and used. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, version control. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the executive management team is mandating the company develop a disaster recovery plan. The cost must be kept to a minimum and the money to fund additional internet connections, which connections is not available. So which of the following would be the best option? Option A, hot site. Option B, cold site. Option C, failure site. Option D, warm site. And the correct answer for this question is option B, cold site. So let's check the explanation. A cold site is a basic empty facility with essential utilities like power and cooling but lacks the necessary IT equipment, which minimizes initial cost. It is the most cost-effective disaster recovery option, making it the best choice when the budget is constrained and the money for additional internet connections is not available. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, cold site. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator at a small business notices an increase in support calls from employees who receives a blockage page message after trying to navigate to a spoof website. So which of the following should the administrator do? Option A, deploy multi-factor authentication. Option B, decrease the level of the web filter settings. Option C, implement security awareness training. Option D, update the acceptable use policy. And the correct answer for this question is option C, implement security awareness training. So let's check the explanation. The fact that employees are attempting to navigate to spoof websites, likely through phishing attempts, indicates a lack of awareness in recognizing malicious links or websites. While technical controls like the web filter or blocking the pages, they are only reactive. The best action to reduce the frequency of employees attempting to visit the sites in the first place is to provide training on how to identify and avoid such threats. So which addresses the human element of the attacks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, implement security awareness training. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following teams is best suited to determine whether a company has systems that can be exploited by potential identify vulnerability? Option A, purple team. Option B, blue team. Option C, red team. Option D, white team. And the correct answer for this question is option C, red team. So let's check the explanation. A red team is the best suited to determine whether a company system can be exploited by potential identify vulnerability because they simulate real-world attacks from an advisory perspective. Their primary function is to actively probe and exploit vulnerabilities to test the effectiveness of an organization's security defenses and incident response capabilities. The goal is to provide actionable insights into how a real attacker could breach the system. So that's why the correct answer for this question is C, red team. And this is a question. A company's web filter is configured to scan the URL for strings and deny access when matches are found. So which of the following such strings should an analyst employ to prohibit access to non-encrypted websites? Option A, encryption equal to off. Option B, https semicolon to slash. Option C, www.star.com. Option D, to semicolon 443. And the correct answer for this question is option B, https semicolon to slash. Explanation for this answer is, this string indicates an encrypted connection as HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which is the standard protocol for encrypted web traffic. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an engineer needs to find a solution that creates an added layer of security by preventing unauthorized access to internal company resources. So which of the following would be the best solution? Option A, RDP server. Option B, jump server. Option C, proxy server. Option D, hypervisor. And the correct answer for this question is option B, jump server. So let's check the explanation. And the explanation is, a jump server acts as a secure intermediary system allowing authorized users to access internal networks from a less secure external network while maintaining strict controls and isolation. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, jump server. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, several employees received fraudulent text messages from someone claiming to be the chief executive officer CEO. The message stated, I'm in an airport right now with no access to email. I need you to buy gift cards for employee recognition awards. Please send the gift cards to following email address. So which of the following are the best responses to this situation? So choose two out of these options. Option A, cancel current employee recognition gift cards. Option B, add a smishing exercise to the annual company training. Option C, issue a general email warning to the company. Option D, have the CEO change phone numbers. Option E, conduct a forensic investigation on the CEO's phone. Option F, implement mobile device management. So correct answer for these questions are option B and C. So let's check the explanation for this answer. So the best responses are to be B, add a smishing exercise to the annual company's training, and C, issue a general email warning to the company. So adding a training exercise prepares employees to recognize similar attacks in the future, while a general warnings help prevent further employees from falling victim to the scam by immediately alerting them to the threat. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B and C. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is required to use certified hardware when building networks. So which of the following best addresses the risk associated with procuring counterfeit hardware? Option A, a thorough analysis of the supply chain. Option B, a legally enforceable corporate acquisition policy. Option C, a right to audit clause in vendor contracts and system of work orders. Option D, an in-depth penetration test of all suppliers and vendors. And the correct answer for this question is option C, a right to audit clause in vendor contracts and SOWs. So let's check the explanation. So right to audit clause allows the company to verify the authenticity of hardware and the vendor supply chain, directly addressing the risks of counterfeit products. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following provides the details about the terms of a test with a third-party penetration tester? Option A, rules of engagement. Option B, supply chain analysis. Option C, right to audit clause. Option D, due diligence. And the correct answer for this question is option A, rules of engagement. So let's check the explanation. The rules of engagement outline the specific parameters and guidelines for a penetration test, including the scope, objectives, authorized methods, timelines, and other important details that govern the testing process. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, rules of engagement. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a penetration tester begins an engagement by performing port and service scans against the client environment according to the rules of engagement. So which of the following reconnaissance types is the tester performing? Option A, active. Option B, passive. Option C, defensive. Option D, offensive. And the correct answer for this question is option A, active. So let's check the explanation. The explanation is, this involves directly interacting with the target system to gather information, like performing port scans to identify open services. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, active. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is required for an organization to properly manage its restore process in the event of system failure? Option A, IRP. Option B, DRP. Option C, RPO. Option D, SDLC. And the correct answer for this question is option B, DRP. So let's check the explanation. So DRP, a disaster recovery plan, outlines the procedures and protocols an organization should follow to recover and restore critical systems and data after a disaster event, such as a system failure. This plan includes details on how to access backups, restore systems, and minimize downtime. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, DRP. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following vulnerabilities is associated with installing software outside of a manufacturer's approved software repository? Option A, jailbreaking. Option B, memory injection. Option C, resource reuse. Option D, side loading. And the correct answer for this question is option D, side loading. So let's check the explanation. The vulnerability associated with the installing software outside of a manufacturer's approved software repository is side loading, and side loading refers to installing applications from unofficial sources, bypassing the security checks of the official app store, which can introduce malicious software onto a device. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, side loading. So let's move to the next question. A security analyst is reviewing the following logs. First log is login rejected on 10 a.m. Username administrator password springs 2023. Next log is 10:01 a.m. login rejected username Jesmith password spring 2023. Third log is on 10:02 a.m. login rejected username guest password spring 2023. Next login rejected username Spalk password spring 2023. Last login is rejected username F Martin password spring 2023. So which of the following attacks is most likely occurring? Option A, password spraying. Option B, account forgery. Option C, pass the hash. Option D, brute force. And the correct answer for this question is option A, password spraying. So password spraying is a type of brute force attack that attempts many different passwords against a single username rather than trying all combinations against one username. And the logs likely shows multiple failed login attempts with the same username but different passwords, which aligns with the characteristics of a password spraying attacks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, password spraying. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an analyst is evaluating the implementation of zero trust principles within the data plane. Which of the following would be the most relevant for the analyst to evaluate? Option A, secured zones. Option B, subject role. Option C, adaptive identity. Option D, threat scope reduction. And the correct answer for this question is option D, threat scope reduction. And explanation is, zero trust emphasizing minimizing the potential impact of a breach by restricting access and isolating sensitive data. This aligns with the concept of threat scope reduction, where the goal is to limit the attacker's ability to move laterally within the network and access critical assets. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, threat scope reduction. And this is a question. A security administrator would like to protect data on employees' laptops. So which of the following encryption techniques should that security administrator use? Option A, partition. Option B, asymmetric. Option C, full disk. Option D, database. And the correct answer for this question is option C, full disk encryption. And the explanation is, full disk encryption encrypts the entire hard drive, include operating system, files, and applications, providing comprehensive protection against unauthorized access if the laptop is lost or stolen. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, full disk. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following security control types does an acceptable use policy best represent? Option A, detective. Option B, compensating. Option C, corrective. Option D, preventive. And the correct answer for this question is option D, preventive. So let's check the explanation. And the explanation is, an acceptable use policy, AUP, is a preventive security control, and AUPs define acceptable and unacceptable behaviors for users, aiming to prevent security issues by setting clear guidance and expectations regarding how users should interact with company technology, thereby reducing the risk of breaches or misuse. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, preventive. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company needs to provide administrative access to internal resources while minimizing the traffic allowed through the security boundary. So which of the following methods is most secure? Option A, implementing a base station host. Option B, deploying a perimeter network. Option C, installing a WAF. Option D, utilizing single sign-on. And the correct answer for this question is option A, implementing a Western host. So let's check the explanation. The most secure method to provide administrative access to internal resources while minimizing traffic allowed through the security boundary is by implementing a Western host. So Western host, a hardened server position on the perimeter of a network designed to be the only accessible point for external users to access internal systems. It acts as a single point of entry, allowing for strict authentication and access controls before granting access to the internal network, minimizing exposure. So that's why the correct answer is A, implementing a Western host. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a security analyst is reviewing alerts in the SIM related to potential malicious network traffic coming from an employee's corporate laptop. The security analyst has determined that additional data about the executable running on the machine is necessary to continue the investigation. So which of the following logs should the analyst use as a data source? Option A, application. option B, IPS/IDS, option C, network, option D, endpoint. And the correct answer for this question is option D, endpoint. So let's check the explanation. So endpoint logs, these logs capture detailed information about activity directly on the endpoint device, like the employee's laptop. So including information about running processes, file system access, registry changes, and network connections. This provides analysts with the most granular details about the executable running on the machine, so allowing them to identify potential malicious behavior. So that's why the correct answer is D, endpoint. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, during a security incident, the security operations team identifies sustained network traffic from a malicious IP address 10.1.4.9. Security analyst is creating an inbound firewall rule to block the IP address from accessing the organization's network. So which of the following fulfills this request? Option A, access late inbound deny IP source 0.0.0/0 and destination IP is 10.1.4.9/32. Option B is access list inbound deny IP source 10.1.4.9/32 and destination IP is 0.0.0.0/0. Option C is access list inbound permit IP source 10.1.4.9/32 and a destination 0.0.0.0/0. And option D is access list inbound permit IP source 0.0.0/0 and the destination IP is 10.1.4.9/32. And the correct answer for this question is option B, access list inbound deny IP source 10.1.4.9/32 and the destination IP is 0.0.0.0/0. So explanation is, the access list inbound, this specifies that the rule applies to incoming traffic to the network, and deny IP, this indicates that the rule is designed to block traffic from a specific IP address. Source 10.1.4.9/32, so this identifies the malicious IP address that should be blocked, and the destination 0.0.0/0. This means the rule applies to any destination IP address, as the goal is to block traffic originating from the malicious IP address regardless of where it is going. So that's why the correct answer is B. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a cyber operations team informs a security analyst about a new tactic malicious actors are using to compromise its network. So seems alerts have not been configured. So which of the following best describes what the security analyst should do to identify this behavior? Option A, digital forensics. Option B, e-discovery. Option C, incident response. Option D, threat hunting. And the correct answer for this question is option D, threat hunting. So let's check the explanation. So threat hunting is the proactive process of actively searching for potential threats within a network rather than passively waiting for alerts to trigger. Since the scene is not yet configured, the security analyst needs to actively seek out of signs of malicious activity using various techniques and tools. So this aligns with the definition of threat hunting. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, threat hunting. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company purchased cyber insurance to address item listed on the risk register. So which of the following strategies does this represent? Option A, accept. Option B, transfer. Option C, mitigate. Option D, avoid. That's why the correct answer for this question is option B, transfer. So the transfer, when a company buys cyber insurance, they are essentially transferring the financial risk of a cyber attack to the insurance company. This is the most accurate answer to the question, as the company shifting the potential cost associated with cyber incidents to avoid a third party. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, transfer. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an IT manager informs the entire help desk staff that only the IT manager and the help desk lead will have access to the administrator console of the help desk software. So which of the following security techniques is the IT manager setting up? Option A, hardening. Option B, employee monitoring. Option C, configuration enforcement. Option D, list privilege. And the correct answer for this question is option D, list privilege. So explanation is, the list privilege, the security principle means granting users only the minimum level of access needed to perform their job functions. By restricting access to the administrator console of the help desk software to only the IT manager and the help desk lead, the IT manager is effectively applying the least privilege principles. This minimizes the risks of unauthorized access and misuse of sensitive functions. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, least privilege. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is the most likely to be used to document risk, responsible parties and thresholds? Option A, risk tolerance. Option B, risk transfer. Option C, risk register. And option D, risk analysis. And the correct answer for this question is option C, risk register. So let's check the explanation, and the explanation is, a risk register is a dedicated tool for tracking and recording all identified risks within an organization, including details like their potential impact, responsible individuals, and triggering thresholds for action. That's why the correct answer is C, risk register. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following should a security administrator adhere to when setting up a new set of firewall rules? Option A, disaster recovery plan. Option B, incident response procedure. Option C, business continuity plan. Option D, change management procedure. And the correct answer for this question is change management procedure. So let's check the explanation. So security administrator should adhere to change management procedure when setting up a new set of firewall rules. So change management ensures that any modifications to critical systems like firewall are done in a controlled and documented manner, minimizing the risks of unintended disruptions or security vulnerabilities. It involves processes like reviewing the proposed change, getting necessary approvals, testing the new rules in a control environment, and documenting the change thoroughly. So that's why the correct answer is D, change management procedure. And this is a question, and the question is, which of the following enables the use of an input feed to run commands that can view or manipulate data? Option A, cross-site scripting. Option B, side loading. Option C, buffer overflow. Option D, SQL injection. And the correct answer for this question is option D, SQL injection. So let's check the explanation. So the SQL injection, this is a type of attack that allows an attacker to execute malicious SQL statements to control a database. It involves using input fields to manipulate data and potentially view sensitive information. So that's why the correct answer is option D, SQL injection. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is expanding its threat surface program and allowing individuals to security test the company's internet facing application. The company will compensate researchers based on the vulnerabilities discovered. So which of the following best describes the program the company is setting up? Option A, open source intelligence. Option B, bug boundary. Option C, red team. Option D, penetration testing. And correct answer for this question is option B, bug bounty. And the explanation is, a bug bounty program is a system where a company publicly invites security researchers to find vulnerabilities in their systems and rewards them financially for reporting those vulnerabilities. The key features that aligns with the description in the questions are the open invitation to external researchers, the reward for discovered vulnerabilities, and the focus on finding security weakness. So that's why the correct answer is option B, bug bounty. So let's move to the next question. The next question is employees in the research and development business unit receives extensive training to ensure they understand how to best protect company data. So which of the following is the type of data these employees are most likely to use in day-to-day work activities? Option A, encrypted. Option B, intellectual property. Option C, critical. Option D, data in transit. And the correct answer for this question is option B, intellectual property. So let's check the explanation. The research and development teams often work with sensitive information like new inventions, designs, formulas, and research findings, so which all fall under the category of intellectual property (IP). These teams need extensive training to protect this valuable information from unauthorized access or disclosure. And that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, intellectual property. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following threat actors is the most likely to use large financial resources to attack critical systems located in other countries? Option A, insider. Option B, unskilled attacker. Option C, nation state. Option D, hacktivist. And the correct answer for this question is option C, nation state. So let's check the explanation. So nation states have the resources and motivation to launch large-scale, sophisticated cyber attacks against critical infrastructure in other countries, often geopolitical reasons. They often have access to advanced cyber weaponry and large budgets to support their operations. So that's why the correct answer for this question, option C, nation state. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a client asked a security company to provide a document outlining the project, the cost, and the completion time frame. So which of the following documents should the company provide to the client? Option A, MSA. Option B, SLA. Option C, BPA. Option D, SOW. So correct answer for this question is option D, SOW, a statement of work. So let's check the explanation. A statement of work is a document the company should provide to the client as it outlines the project details, cost, and completion time frame. So statement of work, this document clearly defines the scope, objectives, deliverables, timeline, and cost of project, ensuring both the client and the service provider are on the same page regarding expectations. So that's why the correct answer is D, SOW, a statement of work. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a company has begun labeling all laptops with asset inventory stickers and associating them with employees' IDs. So which of the following security benefits do this action provides? So choose two options out of this. So first option is, if a security incident occurs on the device, the correct employee can be notified. The security team will be able to send user awareness training to the appropriate device. Next option is, users can be mapped to their devices when configuring software MFA tokens. Option D, user-based firewall policies can be correctly targeting the appropriate laptops. Option E, when conducting penetrating testing, the security team will be able to target the desired laptops. And the last options, company data can be accounted for when the employees leave the organization. So the correct answer for this question is option A and option F. Option A is, if a security incident occurs on the device, the correct employees can be notified. And the option F is, company data can be accounted for when the employees leaves the organization. So let's check the explanation. So explanation is, if a security incident occurs on the device, the correct employee can be notified by linking the laptop to the employee's ID. The security team can quickly identify the owner and contact them in case of security breach. And next option, company data can be accounted for when the employee leaves the organization. So when an employee departs, the company can easily track down and secure all the data associated with their assigned laptop. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A and option F. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, A technician wants to improve the situational and environmental awareness of existing users as they transition from remote in-office work. Which of the following is the best option? Option A, send out periodically security reminders. Option B, update the content of new hire documentation. Option C, modify the content of recurring training. Option D, implement a phishing campaign. So let's check the exact answer for this question. So answer is C, modify the content of recurring training. And the explanation is the recurring training allows for regular updates on security protocols, potential threats, and the best practices relevant to the shift from remote to office environments. So this targeted approach ensures users are well informed about the changing dynamics of their work environment. So that's why the correct answer is C, modify the content of recurring training. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a newly appointed board member with cybersecurity knowledge wants the board of directors to receive a quarterly report detailing the number of incidents that impacted the organization. The systems administrator is the system administrator is creating a way to present the data to the board of directors. So which of the following should the systems administrator use? Option A, packet captures. Option B, vulnerability scans. Option C, metadata. Option D, dashboard. And the correct answer for this question is option D, dashboard. So let's check the explanation. So a dashboard is the best option to present cybersecurity incident data to a board of directors, as it provides a visually appealing and easily digestible summary of the number of incidents, their severity and potential trends over time, making it ideal for high-level reporting. So that's why the correct answer is D, dashboard. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following roles according to the shared responsibility model is responsible for securing the company's database in an infrastructure as a service model for a cloud environment? And the options are, first option is client, next option is third-party vendor, next option is cloud provider, and the last option is DBA. And the correct answer for this question is option A, client. So let's check the explanation. So in a cloud environment, particularly in an infrastructure as a service model, the shared responsibility model dictates that the cloud provider secures the underlying infrastructure like the physical servers, network, and virtualization layer. However, the client, the organization using the cloud services, is responsible for securing their data, applications, and operating systems running on that infrastructure. So this includes a database, as it is considered an application within the client's virtual environment. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, client. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, the system administrator receives the following alert from a file integrity monitoring tool. The hash of the cmd.exe file has changed. The system administrator checks the OS logs and notice that no patches were applied in the last 2 months. So which of the following most likely occurred? Option A, the end user changed the file permissions. Option B, a cryptographic collision was detected. Option C, a snapshot of the file system was taken. And option D, a rootkit was deployed. And the correct answer for this question is option D, a rootkit was deployed. So let's check the explanation. A rootkit is a type of malware designed to hide its presence on a system by modifying critical files and processes, including system utilities like cmd.exe, changing the hash of cmd.exe without a corresponding patch being applied strongly indicates malicious activity by a rootkit. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, a rootkit was deployed. And this is a question. An organization's internet-facing website was compromised when an attacker exploited a buffer overflow. So which of the following should the organization deploy to best protect against similar attacks in the future? Option A, NGFW. Option B, WF. Option C, TLS. Option D, SD-WAN. And the correct answer for this question is option B, WF. So let's check the explanation for this answer. And the explanation is, the best option to protect against buffer overflow attacks in the future is to deploy a web application firewall.
And web application firewall functionality is a web application firewall monitors and filters HTTP traffic to and from web applications, specifically looking for malicious requests that could exploit vulnerabilities like buffer workflows, overflows. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, web application firewall, WAF. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is used to add extra complexity before using a one-way data transformation algorithm? Option A, key stretching. Option B, data masking. Option C, steganography. Option D, salting. And the correct answer for this question is option D, salting. So let's check the explanation for this answer. And the explanation is, salting is a security technique where a random string of character is added to password before hashing it, making rainbow table attacks and other brute force attempts more difficult. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, salting. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an employee clicked a link and email from a payment website that asks the employee to update contact information. The employee entered the login information but received a page not found error message. So which of the following types of social engineering attacks occurred? Option A, brand impersonation. Option B, retesting. Option C, typo squatting. And option D, phishing. And the correct answer for this question is option D, phishing. So let's check the explanation. So phishing, this is attacks involve sending fraudulent emails that appears to be from a legitimate source, like a payment website, to trick the user into revealing sensitive information like login credentials. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, phishing. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following threat actors is the most likely to be hired by a foreign government to attack critical systems located in other countries? Option A, hacktivist. Option B, whistleblower. Option C, organized crime. Option D, unskilled attacker. And the correct answer for this question is option C, organized crime. So let's check the explanation. So according to cybersecurity experts, the most likely threat actor to be hired by a foreign government to attack critical system is organized crime. So organized crime groups often have the resources, skills and connections to carry out sophisticated attacks and are motivated by financial gain, which can align with the objectives of a foreign government seeking to disrupt critical systems. They can also operate across national borders, making them suitable for cross-border attacks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, organized crime. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an enterprise is trying to limit outbound DNS traffic originating from its internal network. So outbound DNS requests will only be allowed from one device with IP address 10.50.10.25. So which of the following firewall ACLs will accomplish this goal? So option A, the access list outbound email, port 53, access list outbound deny, the IP address 10.50.10.25/32, port 53. Option B is access list outbound email and IP address is 10.55.32, port 53. Access list outbound by port 53. Option C, access list outbound permit, port 53. Access list outbound deny, the IP address is 10.50.10.25.32, port 53. And option D is access list outbound email permit and up port 53 and IP address is 10.50.10.25/32. And access list outbound deny, IP address is 0.0.0 and port 53. And the correct answer for this question is option D, access list outbound permit 10.50.10.25/32, 0.0.0/ 0 port 53 and access lead outbound deny 0.0.0 slash 0.0.0 slash 0 port 53. And let's check the explanation. The access lead outbound permit 10.50.10.25 slash 32 0.0.0 slash 0 port 53 and access lead outbound deny 0.0.0 slash 0 0.0.0 slash 0 port 53. So access lead outbound permit 53. This rule explicitly allows outbound DNS traffic port 53 only from the device with the IP address 10.50.10.25. And access list outbound deny 53. This rule is denies all outbound DNS traffic to any destination except the one specifically permitted in the previous rule, effectively blocking all other DNS requests from the network. That's why the correct answer is D for this question. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a company prevented direct access from the database administrator's workstations to the network segment that contains database servers. So which of the following should a database administrator use to access the database servers? Option A, jump server. Option B, radius. Option C, HSM. Option D, load balancer. And the correct answer for this question is option A, jump server. And the explanation is, a database administrator should use a jump server to access the database servers if direct access from their workstation is prevented. So jump server is a secure server that allows users to access other more restricted networks from a less secure network. In this scenario, the database administrator would access the database servers through the jump server, so which is considered a safer intermediary point. So that's why the correct answer is A, jump server. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following scenarios describe the possible business email compromise attack? Option A, an employee receives a gift card request in an email that has executives' names in the display field of the email. Option B, employees who open an email attachment receive message is demanding payment in order to access files. Option C, a service desk employee receives an email from the HR director asking for login credentials to a cloud administrator account. Option D, an employee receives an email with a link to phishing site that is designed to look like the company's email portal. And the correct answer for this question is option C, a service desk employee receives an email from the HR director asking for login credentials to a cloud administrator account. So let's check the explanation. An explanation is, the business email compromise BEC attacks often involves attackers impersonating high-level executives or trusted individuals to trick employees into divulging sensitive information. In this scenario, the attacker is posing as the HR director requesting access to a critical cloud administrator account, which could allow them to gain control over sensitive data. So that's why the correct answer is C. A service desk employee receives an email from the HR director asking for login credentials to a cloud administrator account. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a data administrator is configuring authentication for a SaaS application and would like to reduce the number of credentials employees need to maintain. The company prefers to use domain credential to access new SaaS applications. So which of the following methods would allow this functionality? Option A, SSO. Option B, lib. Option C, MFA. And option D, PIP. And the correct answer for this question is option A, SSO. So let's check the explanation. So SSO means single sign-on, allows users to authenticate once with their domain credentials and then access multiple applications without needing to log in again for each one, effectively reducing the number of credentials employees need to manage. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, SSO. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an employee receives a text message that appears to have been sent by the payroll department and is asking for credentials verification. So which of the following social engineering techniques are being attempted? So choose two out of this option. Option A, typo squatting. Option B, phishing. Option C, impersonation. Option D, wishing. option E, smishing, and option F, misinformation. And the correct answer for this question is option B and option E. B is a phishing and E is a smishing. So let's check the explanation. So phishing, this is a broad term for fraudulent attempts to obtain sensitive information like login credentials or credit card numbers by discussing themselves as a legitimate entry, often through email or text messages. In this scenario, the attacker is using a payroll department's name to trick the employee into providing their credentials. And smishing, this is a specific type of phishing that occurs through SMS messages. The attacker is using a text message to impersonate the payroll department and request sensitive information. So that's why the correct answer is B, phishing, and E, smishing. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator notices that several users are logging from suspicious IP addresses after speaking with the users. The administrator determines that employees were not logging in from those IP addresses and resets affected users' passwords. So which of the following should the administrator implement to prevent this type of attack from succeeding in the future? Option A, multi-factor authentication. Option B, permissions assignment. Option C, access management. Option D, password complexity. And the correct answer for this question is option A, multi-factor authentication. So let's check the explanation. So multi-factor authentication MFA requires users to provide not only their passwords but also a second form of identification, like a code sent to their phone or fingerprint scan when logging in from a new device or an unfamiliar location. This added layer of security significantly reduces the risk of unauthorized access even if a password is compromised. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, multi-factor authentication.
And this is a question. A security team is reviewing the findings in a report that was delivered after a third party performed a penetration test. So one of the findings indicated that a web application form field is vulnerable to cross-site scripting. So which of the following application security techniques should the security analyst recommend a developer implement to prevent this vulnerability? Option A, secure cookies. Option B, version control. Option C, input validation. Option D, code signing. And the correct answer for this question is option C, input validation. So let's check the explanation for this question. So input validation is the correct application security technique to recommend the developer implement to prevent cross-site scripting XSS vulnerability. Input validation, this techniques involves checking user input for malicious or invalid data before processing it. By validating input, the application can filter out harmful code or character that would be used in XSS attacks. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following must be considered when designing a high availability network? Choose two out of these options. Option A, easy of recovery. Option B, ability to patch. Option C, physical isolation. Option D, responsiveness. Option E, attack surface. Option F, extensible authentication. And the correct answer for this question is option A and D. So when designing a high availability network, the two key considerations are easy of recovery and responsiveness. So easy of recovery, high availability networks need to be able to quickly recover from failures to minimize downtime. So which includes having redundancy, failure mechanism, and proper disaster recovery plans in places. And responsiveness, the network must be able to handle high traffic loads and respond quickly to user requests to maintain continuous operation. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a technician needs to apply a high priority patch to production system. So which of the following steps should be taken first? Option A, air gap the system. Option B, move the system to a different network segment. Option C, create a change control request. Or option D, apply the patch to the system. And the correct answer for this question is create a change control request. So let's check the explanation. And the explanation is,
Before making any changes to a production system, especially a high priority patch, it's crucial to follow proper change management procedures by creating a change control request. This ensures the change is documented, accessed for its potential impact, and approved by relevant stakeholders, minimize the risk of unattended consequences. So that's why the correct answer is C, create a change control request. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following describes the reason root cause analysis should be conducted as part of incident response? Option A, to gather IOCs for the investigation. Option B, to discover which system have been affected. Option C, to eradicate any trace of malware on the network. Option D, to prevent future incidents of the same nature. And the correct answer for this question is option D, to prevent future incidents of the same nature. So let's check the explanation. So the root cause analysis is conducted during incident response primarily to prevent future incidents of the same nature by identifying and addressing the underlying causes of the problem rather than just treating symptoms. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is the most likely outcome if a large bank fails an internal PCI DCS compliance assessment? Option A, fines. Option B, audit findings. Option C, sanctions. Option D, reputation damage. And the correct answer for this question is option B, audit findings. So let's check the explanation. So an internal PCI DCS compliance assessment is a self-evaluation conducted by the bank itself to assess their adherence to the payment card industry data security standard. If the bank fails the assessment, the immediate consequence is the identification of audit findings, which are documented areas of non-compliance that the bank needs to be addressed. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, audit findings. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the company is developing a business continuity strategy and needs to determine how many staff members would be required to sustain the business in the case of disruption. So which of the following best describe this team? Option A, capacity planning. Option B, redundancy. Option C, geographic dispersion. Option D, tabletop exercise. And the correct answer for this question is option A, capacity planning. So let's check the explanation for this answer. And the explanation is, capacity planning involves determining the necessary resources, including staff, to maintain critical operation during a disruption. This step is crucial for ensuring the business can continue functioning at a minimum level even when faced with challenges. So that's why the correct answer is A, capacity planning. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, the company's legal department drafted sensitive documents in a SaaS application and wants to ensure the documents cannot be accessed by individuals in high-risk countries. So which of the following is the most effective way to limit this access? Option A, data masking. Option B, encryption. Option C, geolocation policy. Option D, data sovereignty regulation. And the correct answer for this question is option C, geolocation policy. And let's check the explanation for this answer. So this policy allows administrators to restrict access based on the user's geographical location, effectively blocking users from high-risk countries. So that's why the correct answer is C. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following is a hardware-specific vulnerability? Option A, firmware version. Option B, buffer overflow. Option C, SQL injection. Option D, cross-site scripting. And the correct answer for this question is option A, firmware version. Firmware version is a type of software that provides low-level control for specific hardware components. Vulnerabilities in a firmware, such as outdated or insecure versions, directly impact the security and functionality of the hardware itself. These vulnerabilities are instinctively tied to the hardware they control. So that's why the correct answer is A, firmware version. So let's move to the next question. So the next question is, While troubleshooting a firewall configuration, a technician determines that a deny any policy should be added to the bottom of the ACL. The technician updates the policy, but the new policy causes several company servers to become unreachable. So which of the following actions would prevent this issue? Option A, documenting the new policy in a change request and submitting the request to change management. Option B, testing the policy in a non-production environment before enabling the policy in the production network. Option C, disabling any instruction prevention signatures on the deny any policy prior to enabling the new policy, including an allow any policy above the deny any policy. And the correct answer for this question is testing the policy in a non-production environment before enabling the policy in the production network. So let's check the explanation. A deny any policy at the bottom of an ACL effectively blocks all traffic that doesn't match your previous rules, essentially acting as a catch-all. Placing this policy without testing it in a separate environment could lead to unattended consequences like server inaccessibility, as any traffic not explicitly allowed by the preceding rules would be denied. Testing in a non-production environment, a copy of the production network where changes can be safely tested without affecting real users. Allow the technicians to identify and fix any issues before implementing the policy in the live environment. So that's why the correct answer is B. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an organization is building a new backup data center with cost benefit as the primary requirement and RTO and RPO values around 2 ways. So which of the following types of sites is the best for this scenario? Option A, real-time recovery. Option B, hot. Option C, cold. Option D, warm. And the correct answer for this question is option C, cold. So let's check the explanation. For an organization prioritizing cost benefit with RTO and RPO around 2 days, a cold site is the best option. So cold site, this is the most cost effective backup solution as it only provides the necessary infrastructure like space and power, but lacks pre-configured hardware, software and active data replications. Since the RTO and RPO are around 2 days, the organizations can afford to set up the cold site and restore data within that time frame. So that's why the correct answer is C, cold.
And this is the question. A security officer is implementing a security awareness program and has placed security theme posters around the building and assigned online user training. So which of the following will the security officer most likely implement? Option A, password policy. Option B, access badges. Option C, phishing campaign. Option D, risk assessment. And the correct answer for this question is option C, phishing campaign. So let's check the explanation. The security officer is engaged in a security awareness program that includes educational measures like posters and online training. The next logical step in such a program is to test the effectiveness of this training and the user's resilience to the real world threats. A phishing campaign is a common method for simulating real attacks and measuring user awareness and behavior in a controlled environment. So this allows the security officer to identify weakness and refine future training efforts. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a malicious update was distributed to a common software platform and disabled services at many organizations. So which of the following best describes this type of vulnerability? Option A, DDoS attack. Option B, rogue employee. Option C, insider threat. Option D, supply chain. And the correct answer for this question is option D, supply chain. So let's check the explanation. The scenario described where a malicious update is distributed through a legitimate software platform to multiple organizations is a classic definition of a supply chain attack. Attackers compromise a trusted third-party vendor, the common software platform, and use its update mechanism to distribute malware to its customers. This was famously exemplified by the SolarWinds attacks in 2020, where malicious code was embedded in a legitimate update. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company web server is initiating outbound traffic to a low reputation public IP or non-standard path. The web server is used to present an unauthenticated page to clients who upload images. The company and analyst notices a suspicious process running on the server hat was not created by the company development team. So which of the following is the most likely explanation for a security incident? Option A web shell has been deployed to the server through the page. Option B, a vulnerability has been exploited to deploy worm to the server. Option C, malicious insiders are using the server to mine cryptocurrency. Option D, attackers have deployed rootkit Trojan to the server over an exposed RDP port. And the correct answer for this question is option A, a web shell has been deployed to the server through the page. So let's check the explanation. So web shell characteristics. A web shell is a malicious script uploaded to a web server to allow an attacker remote administrative access and control over the server. The attacker can then execute commands, manage files, and establish outbound connections. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization requires a third-party full spectrum analysis of its supply chain. So which of the following would the analysis team use to meet his requirement? Option A, vulnerability scanner. Option B, penetration test. Option C, SCAP. Option D, illumination tool. And the correct answer for this question is option D, illumination tool. So let's check the explanation. So an illumination tool is used to provide a comprehensive and visual overview of an organization's entire supply chain, including all its vendors, processes, and dependencies. The goal of this full spectrum analysis is to map out the entire chain, identify potential risk, vulnerabilities, and points of failure across the complete system. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a systems administrator deploy monitoring solution that does not require installation on the endpoints that the solution is monitoring. So which of the following is described in this scenario? Option A, agentless solution. Option B, client-based zone. Option C, open port. Option D, file-based solution. And the correct answer for this question is option A, agentless solution. So let's check the explanation. So agentless solutions collect data from target system remotely without requiring any proprietary software or agent to be installed on each monitor endpoint. They typically leverage existing standard network protocols like SNMP, WMI, or SSH to gather the necessary information. The scenario explicitly states that the solution does not require installation on the endpoints. So which perfectly defines an agentless approach. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security analyst is reviewing the source code of an application in order to identify misconfigurations and vulnerabilities. So which of the following kinds of analysis best describes this review? Option A, dynamic. Option B, static. Option C, gap. Option D, impact. And let's check. And correct answer for this question is option B, static. So let's check the explanation. So static analysis, also known as a static application security testing or SAST, is the process of examining the source code of an application without actually executing it. This method is used to identify potential vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and coding errors directly within the code itself. The scenario described where an analyst is reviewing the source code perfectly matches this definition. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, static. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following agreement types used to limit external discussions? Option A, BPA. Option B, NDA. Option C, SLA. Option D, MSA. And the correct answer for this question is option B, NDA or non-disclosure agreement. So let's check the explanation. An NDA or non-disclosure agreement is a legally binding contract that establishes a confidential relationship between two or more parties. Its primary purpose is to protect sensitive, confidential, or proprietary information that is shared in a business or legal context and restrict access to it. The agreement limits the parties from discussing or sharing this confidential information with unauthorized external parties. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security analyst is evaluating a SaaS application that the human resources department would like to implement. The analyst requests the SOC to report from the SaaS vendor which of the following processes is the analyst most likely conducting. Option A, internal audit. Option B, penetration testing. Option C, attestations. And option D, due diligence. And the correct answer for this question is option D, due diligence. So let's check the explanation. So requesting a SOC to report from a SaaS vendor is key part of the due diligence process. The analyst is evaluating the security, compliance, and risks associated with using a third-party service before the organization commits to it. This evaluation helps an organization makes an informed decision about vendors' controls related to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is used to conceal credit card information in a database log file? Option A, tokenization. Option B, masking. Option C, hashing. Option D, obfuscations. And the correct answer for this question is option B, masking. So let's check the explanation. So masking is the practice used to conceal sensitive information in a log file or display by replacing most of the data with a non-sensitive character like asterisk or X, while typically leaving a small portion visible for reference, such as the last four digits of a credit card number, example 1234. This ensures that sensitive information is not exposed in less secure logs while still maintaining some usability of the data for administrative or logging purposes. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, masking. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization recently started hosting a new service that customers access through a web portal. The security engineer needs to add to the existing security devices a new solution to protect this new service. So which of the following is the engineer most likely to deploy? Option A, layer 4 firewall. Option B, NGFW. Option C, WF. And option D, UTM. And the correct answer for this question is option C, WF, web application firewall. So let's check the explanation. A WF, web application firewall, is specifically designed to protect web applications by filtering, monitoring, and blocking HTTPS traffic. Since the new service is accessed through a web portal, a WF is the most suitable and targeted solution to defend against common web-based attacks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other threats outlined in the OWASP top 10. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, WF. The next question is, which of the following topics would most likely be included within an organization's SDLC? Option A, service level agreements. Option B, information security policy. Option C, penetration testing methodology. Option D, branch protection requirements. And the correct answer for this question is option C, penetration testing methodology. So let's check the explanation. The software development lifecycle SDLC is a structured process for planning, creating, testing, and deploying software. The secure SDLC integrates security activities throughout the development process. Penetration testing methodology is a key component of the security testing phase within the SDLC. It is directly relevant to accessing the security of the application itself before deployment. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following control types is AUP an example of option A, physical. Option B, managerial. Option C, technical. Option D, operational. And the correct answer for this question is option B, managerial. So let's check the explanation. An AUP, acceptable users policy, is a formal document that outlines the guidelines, expected behaviors for users when interacting with an organization's systems and resources. Policies are form of managerial or administrative control because they involve the strategic planning, governance, and establishment of rules and procedures by management to guide behavior and manage risks within the organization. It sets the framework and rules for day-to-day operations but does not involve physical enforcement or technical implementation itself. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization is adopting cloud services at a rapid pace and now has multiple SaaS application in use. Each application has a separate login, so the security team wants to reduce the number of credentials each employee must maintain. So which of the following is the first step the security team should take? Option A, enable SAML. Option B, create OUTH tokens. Option C, use password vaulting. And option D, select an IDP. And the correct answer for this question is option D, select an IDP, means identity provider. So let's check the explanation. So selecting an IDP, identity provider, is a foundational first step for implementing a single sign-on SSO solution. An IDP is a trusted entity that manages and verifies user identities. This centralized service is essential for enabling users to access multiple independent applications with a single set of credentials, thus addressing the security team's goal of reducing the number of credentials per employee. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company's online shopping website became unusable shortly after midnight on January 30, 2023. So when a security analyst reviewed the database server, the analyst noticed the following code used for backing up data. So which of the following should the analyst do next? Option A, check for recently terminated DBAs. Option B, review WF logs to evidence of command injection. Option C, scan the database server for malware. Option D, search the web server for ransomware nodes. And the correct answer for this question is option A, check for recently terminated DBAs. So let's check the explanation. The code found by the analyst, if date 01/30/2023, then begin drop database web shop online, and end is a time logic bomb designed to delete the database on a specific date. This type of malicious internally placed code points strongly to an insider threat, specifically a database administrator who would have the access and knowledge to implement such a function within the database backup procedures. Since the event occurred on the exact date specified in the code, the most logical step in the investigation is to look for potential distant employee, such as recently terminated DBA, who might have planted the code before their departure. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following would be the best way to test resiliency in the event of a primary power failure? Option A, parallel processing. Option B, tabletop exercise. Option C, simulation testing. Option D, production failure. And the correct answer for this question is option D, production failure. So let's check the explanation. So production failure is the most effective way to test resiliency in the event of a primary power failure because it involves a real-world scenario in this test. Operations are actually switched from the primary system to backup or secondary system in a live operational environment. This validates that the failure mechanism, backup power sources, and recovery procedures all work as intended under actual operating conditions, providing the most accurate assessment of actual resiliency. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following would be the most appropriate way to protect data in a transit? Option A, SHA-256. Option B, SSL 3.0. Option C, TLS 1.3. Option D, AES-256. And the correct answer for this question is option C, TLS 1.3. So let's check the explanation. So TLS 1.3, transport layer security, is a modern
widely recommended protocol significantly designed for securing data in transit over a network. So example used for HTTPS, it provides a robust combination of encryption, integrity and authentication. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is a common passive reconnaissance technique employed by penetration testers in the early phases of an engagement? Option A, open source intelligence. Option B, port scanning. Option C, pivoting. Option D, exploit validation. And the correct answer for this question is option A, open source intelligence. So let's check the explanation. So open source intelligence is a passive reconnaissance technique that involves gathering information from publicly available sources without directly interacting with the target systems. This can include searching company websites, social media, public records, likes, WHOIs or DNS records, and new reports to build a profile of the target organization. Because it does not involve direct interaction, it minimizes the risk of detection in the early phases of an engagement. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following threat actors is the most likely to seek financial gain through the use of ransomware attacks? Option A, organized crime. Option B, insider threat. Option C, nation state. Option D, hacktivists. And the correct answer for this question is option A, organized crime. So let's check the explanation. So organized crime groups that most likely threats actors like seek financial gain through ransomware attacks because their primary motivation is profit. Ransomware as a service RAS operations are sophisticated business models run by these criminal organizations to monetize cyber attacks. They use ransomware to encrypt a victim's data and demand payment, usually in cryptocurrency in exchange for the description key. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following would a system administrator follow when upgrading the firmware of an organization's router? Option A, software deployment lifecycle. Option B, risk tolerance. Option C, certificate signing request. Option D, maintenance window. And the correct answer for this question is option D, maintenance window. So let's check the explanation. So when a system administrator needs to perform a task that could disturb service, such as updating router firmware, they schedule it during a maintenance window. This is a pre-approved time, often during off hours, specifically designed for IT staff to make changes that might affect business operations. This minimizes the impact on users and provide time for testing and potential rollbacks if the upgrade fails. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a systems administrator needs to ensure the secure communication of sensitive data within the organization's private cloud. So which of the following is the best choice for administrator to implement? Option A, IPsec. Option B, SHA1. Option C, RSA. Option D, TGT. And the correct answer for this question is option A, IPsec, Internet Protocol Security. So let's check the explanation. So IP security, Internet Protocol Security, is a suite of protocols designed to secure IP communications by authenticating or encrypting each IP packet in a communication session. It provides confidentiality, data integrity, and authentication, making it the best choice for a systems administrator to implement to ensure the secure communication of sensitive data within a private cloud. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following should an internal auditor check for first when conducting an audit of the organization's risk management program? Option A, policies and procedures. Option B, asset management. Option C, vulnerability assessment. Option D, business impact analysis. And the correct answer for this question is option A, policies and procedures. So let's check the explanation. So when conducting an audit of an organization's risk management program, the internal auditor should first review the policies and procedures. These documents are foundational because they are outline the organization's approach, goals, roles, and responsibilities for managing risk. Provide a documented framework against which actual practices such as asset management,
vulnerability assessment, and business impact analysis can be evaluated for compliance and effect. Which of the following should an internal auditor check for first when conducting an audit of the organization's risk management program? Option A, policies and procedures. Option B, asset management. Option C, vulnerability assessment. Option D, business impact analysis. And the correct answer for this question is option A, policies and procedures. So let's check the explanation. So when conducting an audit of an organization's risk management program, the internal auditor should first review the policies and procedures. These documents are foundational because they are outline the organization's approach, goals, roles, and responsibilities for managing risk, provide the documented framework against which actual practices such as asset management, vulnerability assessment, and business impact analysis can be evaluated for compliance and effectiveness. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following activities are associated with vulnerability management? Choose two out of these options. Option A, reporting. Option B, prioritizations. Option C, exploiting. Option D, correlation. Option E, containment. Option F, tabletop exercise. And the correct answer for this question is option A, reporting, and option B, prioritization. So let's check the explanation. So prioritization is the process of ranking vulnerabilities based on risks to determine which ones to address first, ensuring efficient allocation of resources. And reporting involves documenting, identify vulnerabilities, their severity and potential impact to inform stakeholders and track progress. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator wants to perform a risk assessment without using proprietary company information. Which of the following methods should the administrator use to gather information? Option A, network scanning. Option B, penetration testing. Option C, open source intelligence. Option D, configuration auditing. And the correct answer for this question is option C, open source intelligence. So let's check the explanation. So open source intelligence involves gathering data from publicly available sources like websites, social media, forums, and public documents. This method allows an administrator to identify external threats and understand industry-specific risks without requiring access to or revealing any proprietary or internal company information. It is the only option that strictly adheres to the constraint of not using proprietary data. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a system administrator is concerned about vulnerabilities within cloud computing instances. So which of the following is the most important for the administrator to consider when architecting a cloud computing environment? Option A, SQL injection. Option B, TOC, TOU. Option C, VM escape. Option D, tokenization. And option E, password spraying. And the correct answer for this question is VM escape means virtual machine escape. So let's check the explanation. So VM escape, virtual machine escape, is the most critical vulnerability to consider when architecting a cloud computing environment, especially multi-tenant owns where multiple virtual machines share the same physical host. This is a foundational security concern because a successful escape allows an attacker to break out their isolated VM and gain unauthorized access to the underlying hypervisor or other VMs on the same host, compromising the isolation that cloud computing relies on. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, virtual machine escape. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a database administrator is updating the company's SQL database which stores credit card information for pending purchases. So which of the following is the best method to secure the data against a potential breach? Option A, hashing. Option B, obfuscations. Option C, tokenization. And option D, masking. And the correct answer for this question is option C, tokenization. So let's check the explanation. So tokenization is considered the best method for securing sensitive data like credit card information in a database because it replaces the actual sensitive data with a unique non-sensitive identifier called a token. The actual credit card information is stored in a separate secure system or vault often managed by a third-party payment processor which has stringent security controls. The tokens themselves have no instinctive values or meanings, rendering them useless to an attacker if the main database is breached. The original data can only be retrieved by an authorized system with access to the secure tokenization system. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is a benefit of vendor diversity? Option A, patch availability. Option B, zero-day resiliency. Option C, secure configuration guide applicability. Option D, load balancing. And the correct answer for this question is option B, zero-day resiliency. So let's check the explanation. So vendor diversity involves using products and services from multiple vendors rather than relying on a single source. The primary security benefits is that if a specific vulnerability such as a zero-day exploit affects one vendor's product, systems from other vendors may remain unaffected. This approach prevents a single point of failure and minimizes the risk of an entire infrastructure being compromised by a single exploit, thus improving overall system resiliency to zero-day attacks. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an employee uses a company's billing system to issue fraudulent checks. The administrator is looking for evidence of other occurrences of this activity. So which of the following should the administrator examine? Option A, application logs. Option B, vulnerability scanner logs. Option C, IDS/IPS logs. Option D, firewall logs. And the correct answer for this question is option A, application logs. So let's check the explanation. So application logs records details activities within a specific software such as the billing system in this case. They contain information about user actions, transactions, timestamps, and system responses. Since the fraudulent activity was conducted using the billing system itself, these logs are the most direct source of evidence to identify other similar occurrences, detect patterns, and trace the sequence of events leading to each fraudulent transaction. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization is looking to optimize its environment and reduce the number of patches necessary for operating systems. So which of the following will best help to achieve this objective? Option A, microservices. Option B, virtualization. Option C, real-time operating system. Option D, containers. And the correct answer for this question is option D, containers. So let's check the explanation. So containers package an application with only the necessary libraries and dependencies, abstracting them from the underlying host operating system. Because multiple containers share a single host OS kernel, the number of actual OS instances that need to be managed and patched is significantly reduced compared to running a full OS for each application. The result is a smaller attack surface for the host OS and streamlines the patch management process for the organization. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following task is typically included in the BI process? Option A, estimating the recovery time of systems. Option B, identify the communication strategy. Option C, evaluating the risk management plan. Option D, establishing the backup and recovery procedures. Option E, developing the incident response plan. And the correct answer for this question is option A, estimating the recovery time of systems. So let's check the explanation. So estimating the recovery time of systems, specifically the recovery time objectives or RTO, is a fundamental task of the business impact analysis BI. The BI process identifies critical business functions and assesses the potential impact of disruptions, which include determining how long the organizations can operate without a particular system or function. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is a risk of conducting a vulnerability assessment? Option A, a disruption of business operations. Option B, unauthorized access to the system. Option C, reports of false positives. Option D, finding security gaps in the system. And the correct answer for this question is a disruption of business operations. So let's check the explanation. Conducting a vulnerability assessment involves actively scanning and probing systems for securely weakness. This process especially if the SANs are aggressive or improperly configured, can consume significant system resources, degrade network performance, or even cause system crashes or service interruptions. This potential impact on the availability or performance of critical business services is a real risk, which is why vulnerability assessment are often scheduled during off-peak hours or in a controlled test environment to minimize operational disruption. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, a disruption of business operations. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following techniques would attract the attention of a malicious attacker in an insider threat scenario? Option A, creating a false text file in a /doc/salaries. Option B, setting weak passwords in /etc/shadow. Option C, scheduling vulnerable jobs in /etc/crontab. Option D, adding a fake account /etc/password. And the correct answer for this question is option A, creating a false text files in /doc/salaries. So let's check the explanation. This technique describes creating a honey file, which is decoy file designated to attract the attention of malicious insider looking for sensitive information. Example, salaries data. The file itself is a fake and contains no real sensitive data. If an insider attempts to access or interact with this file, then action is logged and can trigger an alert to security personnel, allowing the organization to monitor and detect malicious activity without compromising actual data. And this is the question. While performing digital forensics, which of the following is considered the most volatile and should have the contents collected first? Option A, hard drive. Option B, RAM. Option C, SSD. Option D, temporary files. And the correct answer for this question is option B, RAM. So let's check the explanation. So in digital forensics, the principle of the order of volatility dictates that evidence should be collected from the most volatile data that is most likely to be lost or altered quickly to the least volatile. And RAM is a form of volatile memory, meaning its contents are lost the moment that power is removed or the system is shut down or started. It holds active data like running processes, open network connections, and logging conditions that may never return to a non-volatile storage device. So collecting the RAM contents first is a critical step to preserve this fragile transit evidence, which can be crucial for an investigation. So that's why the correct answer for this question is RAM, random access memory. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a hosting provider needs to prove that its security controls have been in a place over the last 6 months and have sufficiently protected customer data. So which of the following would provide the best proof that the hosting provider has met the requirements? Option A, NIST CSF. Option B, SOC 2 Type 2 report. Option C, CIS Top 20 compliance reports. Option D, vulnerability report. And the correct answer for this question is option B, SOC 2 Type 2 report. So let's check the explanation. SOC 2 Type 2 report is an independent audit that specifically assesses the operational effectiveness of a service organization's security controls over a specified period of time, which is typically 6 to 12 months. This report would provide the best proof for the hosting provider because it demonstrates that the controls were not only designed correctly but also consistently in place and effective throughout the required 6-month period, sufficiently protecting customer data. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, SOC 2 Type 2 report. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a city municipality lost its primary data center when a tornado hit the facility. So which of the following should the city staff use immediately after the disaster to handle essential public services? Option A, BCP. Option B, communication plan. Option C, DRP. Option D, IRP. And the correct answer for this question is option A, BCP, a business continuity plan. Aims to ensure critical services and operations and such as emergency response and public safety. So continue during and after a major disruption, even with IT infrastructure damage. The question focuses on handling essential public services, which aligns with the operational continuity guided by a BCP rather than solely IT system restoration. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, business continuity plan. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is considered a preventive control? Option A, configuration auditing. Option B, log correlation. Option C, incident alerts. Option D, segregation of duties. And the correct answer for this question is option D, segregation of duties. So let's check the explanation. So segregation of duties is considered a preventive control because it is designed to prevent fraud and errors from occurring in the first place by ensuring that no single individual has complete control over all phases of a critical transaction or process. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, segregation of duties. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security team has been alerted to a flood of incoming emails that have various subject lines and are addressed to multiple email inboxes. So each email contains a URL shortener link that is redirecting to a dead domain. So which of the following is the best step for the security team to take? Option A, create a block list for all subject lines. Option B, send the dead domains to a DNS sinkhole. Option C, quarantine all emails received and notify all employees. And option D, block the URL shortener domain in the web proxy. And the correct answer for this question is option D, block the URL shortener domain in the web proxy. So let's check the explanation. So blocking the URL shortener domain at the web proxy is the most effective preventive measures even if the current redirect domain is dead. The URL shortener service itself could be used to redirect users to a malicious site in the future, or the dead status could be temporary or a misdirection tactic by the attacker. By blocking the source, the shortener, all potential malicious destinations are mitigated proactively. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, block the URL shortener domain in the web proxy. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security administrator is working to secure company data on corporate laptops in case the laptops are stolen. So which of the following solution should the administrator consider? Option A, disk encryption. Option B, data loss prevention. Option C, operating system hardening. Option D, boot security. And the correct answer for this question is option A, disk encryption. So let's check the explanation. So disk encryption is the most effective solution for protecting data on a lost or stolen laptop because it renders the entire drive's data unreadable without a correct description key. This ensures that even if an unauthorized person gains physical access to the device, the sensitive company information remains confidential. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, disk encryption. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company needs to keep the fewest records possible, meet compliance needs, and ensure destruction of records that are no longer needed. So which of the following best describes the policy that meets these requirements? Option A, security policy. Option B, classification policy. Option C, retention policy. Option D, access control policy. And the correct answer for this question is option C, retention policy. So let's check the explanation. A retention policy is a set of guidelines that determines how long an organization keeps different types of records when they are no longer needed, and when and how to securely destroy them. This directly addresses the company's need to keep the fewest records possible while meeting compliance requirements and ensuring proper destruction. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, retention policy. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is a common source of unintentional corporate credential leakage in the cloud environments? Option A, code repositories. Option B, dark web. Option C, threat feeds. Option C, state actors. And the correct answer for this question is option A, code repositories. So let's check the explanation. So code repositories are a common source of unintentional corporate credential leakage because developers frequently commit sensitive information such as API keys, passwords, and other credentials directly into code or configuration files. These exposures can become a serious security vulnerability if the repository is public or improperly secured, allowing attackers to scan the repositories and gain unauthorized access to cloud environments and resources. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, code repository. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is the best reason an organization should enforce a data classification policy to help protect its most sensitive information? Option A, end users will be required to consider the classification of data that can be used in documents. Option B, the policy will result in the creation of access levels for each level of classification. Option C, the organization will have the ability to create security requirements based on classification levels. Option D, security analysts will be able to see the classification of data within a document before opening it. And the correct answer for this question is option C. The organization will have the ability to create security requirements based on classification levels. So let's check the explanation. So data classification is the process of categorizing data based on its sensitivity, value, and regulatory requirements. By defining classification levels, example public, confidential, top secret, the organizations can align appropriate security controls and government policies within the specific risk associated with each level. The primary benefit is that it allows an organization to treat information according to its importance rather than applying the same level of security to everything. This ensures that sensitive information receives the necessary high level of protection while less critical data does not have unnecessary batteries. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C. The organization will have the ability to create security requirements based on classification levels. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an analyst is performing vulnerability scan against the web servers exposed to the internet without a system account. So which of the following is most likely being performed? Option A, non-credential scan. Option B, packet capture. Option C, privilege escalation. Option D, system enumeration. Option E, passive scan. And the correct answer for this question is option A, non-credential scan. So let's check the explanations. A non-credentialed scan is a type of vulnerability assessment conducted without logging into target system with a system account. Since the analyst is scanning web servers from the internet, an external perspective and without a system account, they are evaluating vulnerabilities that an external attacker could potentially exploit, such as open ports and exposed services. This simulates a real-world external attack as the scanner only interacts with the services exposed to the network without the deep internal access a credential scan would have. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, non-credentialed scan. And this is the question. A company installed cameras and added signs to alert visitors that they are being recorded. So which of the following controls did the company implement? Choose two out of these options. Option A, directive. Option B, deterrent. Option C, preventive. Option D, detective. Option E, corrective. And option F, technical. And the correct answer for this question is option B, deterrent, and option D, detective. So let's check the explanation. So B, deterrent. These signs and visible cameras are intended to discourage potential intruders or unwanted behavior by making people aware they are being watched or recorded, thus acting as a deterrent. Option D is a detective. The cameras themselves act as a detective control because they capture footage of incidents as they occur, which can then be reviewed after the fact to identify what happened. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is the best way to securely store an encryption key for a dataset in a manner that allows multiple entities to access the key when needed? Option A, public key infrastructure. Option B, open public ledger. Option C, public key encryption. Option D, key escrow. And the correct answer for this question is option D, key escrow. So let's check the explanation. So key escrow is an arrangement in which encryption keys are securely stored with a trusted third party, such as a cloud access security broker or a designated internal department. This allows multiple authorized entities to access the keys when needed, such as a data recovery if the original owner leaves the organization, or for legal operational access under carefully controlled conditions, example a court order. This mechanism ensures both security and availability of a data to necessary parties. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, for which of the following reasons would system administrator leverage a 3DS hash from an installer file that is posted on a vendor's website? Option A, to test the integrity of the file. Option B, to validate the authenticity of the file. Option C, to activate the license for the file. Option D, to calculate the checksum of the file. And the correct answer for this question is option A, to test the integrity of the file. So let's check the explanation. The systems administrator uses a hash such as a 3DS through modern stronger hashes like SHA-256 are more common, provided by a vendor to verify that the downloaded file has not been altered or corrupted during the download process or by a third party. This process is known as checking the integrity of the file. The administrator calculates the hash of the local downloaded file and compares it to the hash value published on the vendor's website. If the hashes match, the file is confirmed to be intact and unaltered. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is redesigning its infrastructure and wants to reduce the number of physical servers in use. So which of the following architectures is best suited for this goal? Option A, isolation. Option B, segmentation. Option C, virtualization. Option D, redundancy. And the correct answer for this question is option C, virtualization. So let's check the explanation. So virtualization is an architecture that allows a single physical server to run multiple virtual machines, VMs, each operating as an independent server with its own operating system and applications. This process consolidates workloads, maximizes the utilization of the underlying hardware resources, and directly addresses the goal of reducing the number of physical servers required in data center. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following security concept is being followed when implementing a product that offers protection against DDoS attacks? Option A, availability. Option B, non-repudiation. Option C, integrity. Option D, confidentiality. And the correct answer for this question is option A, availability. So let's check the explanation. So DDoS attacks aim to make a service or system unavailable to its legitimate users by overwhelming it with traffic or requests. Implementing a product that offers protection against these attacks directly addresses the goal of ensuring that the system remains accessible and functional when needed. This core principle of cybersecurity is known as availability. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, security manager created new documentation to use in response to various types of security incidents. So which of the following is the next step the manager should take? Option A, set the maximum data retention policy. Option B, securely store the documents on air gap network. Option C, review the document's data classification policy. Option D, conduct a tabletop exercise with the team. And the correct answer for this question is option D, conduct a tabletop exercise with the team. So let's check the explanation. So after a new security incident documentation is created, the next essential step is to validate its effectiveness and ensure the team understands their roles and responsibilities. A tabletop exercise (TTX) is a discussion-based training activity where participants will talk through a simulated security incident, allowing the manager to identify gaps, inconsistencies, or impractical steps in the new documentation before its real
incident occurs. Ensure team members are familiar with the plan and their specific roles and test the plan in a controlled low stress environment. So that's why the correct answer for this question is conduct a tabletop exercise with the team. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, after failing an audit twice, an organization has been ordered by government regulatory agency to pay fines. So which of the following causes this action? Option A, non-compliance. Option B, contract violations. Option C, government sanctions. Option D, rules of engagement. And the correct answer for this question is option A, non-compliance. So let's check the explanation. The action described when an organization faces fines from a government regulatory agency after failing an audit twice is a direct consequence of non-compliance. Audits by government regulatory agencies are conducted to ensure an organization is following established laws, regulations, and standards. Failing an audit indicates that the organization is not adhering to these rules, and repeated failure twice result in punitive actions such as fine. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is developing a critical system for the government and storing project information on a file share. Which of the following describes how the data will most likely be classified? Choose two out of these options. Option A, private. Option B, confidential. Option C, public. Option D, operational. Option E, urgent. And option F, restricted. And the correct answer for this question is option B, confidential, and option F, restricted. So let's check the explanation. The data involved in developing a critical system for the government is highly sensitive and requires strict protection. Option B is a confidential is a correct answer because this classification used for sensitive information that if disclosed could cause harm to the government or the project. And F is restricted. This classification is for highly sensitive data with access limited strictly to individuals with the need to know because of its critical nature, which often applies to government information. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following activities is included in the post-incident review phase? Option A, determining the root cause of the incident. Option B, developing steps to mitigate the risks of the incident. Option C, validating the accuracy of the evidence collected during the investigation. Option D, re-establishing the compromised systems configuration and settings. And the correct answer for this question is option A, determine the root cause of the incident. So let's check the explanation. The post-incident review phase, also known as lesson learned or post-mortem, focus on analyzing the incident thoroughly to prevent recurrence, to improve future incident response efforts. A core components of this analysis is determining the root cause of the incident, understanding why it happened, and documenting lessons learned. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following attacks exploits a potential vulnerability as a result of using weak cryptographic algorithms? Option A, password cracking. Option B, on-path. Option C, digital signing. Option D, side channel. And the correct answer for this question is option A, password cracking. So let's check the explanation. So password cracking directly exploits vulnerabilities that arise from using weak cryptographic algorithms such as outdated or unsalted hashing algorithms like MD5 or SY0-701. These weak algorithms make it computationally feasible to reverse the hash or encryption, often using brute force attacks, dictionary attacks, or pre-computed rainbow tables to discover the original password. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, password cracking. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following is a preventing physical security control? Option A, video surveillance system. Option B, bollards. Option C, alarm systems. Option D, motion sensors. And the correct answer for this question is option B, bollards. So let's check the explanation. So bollards are physically barriers designed to stop vehicles, actively preventing unauthorized access or attacks before they can occur, making them a primary preventive control. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, bollards. So let's move to the next question.
The next question is, which of the following is most likely to be used as a just-in-time reference document within a security operations center? Option A, change management policy. Option B, risk profile. Option C, playbook. Option D, SIM profile. And the correct answer for this question is option C, playbook. So let's check the explanation. So playbook is the most likely to be used as a just-in-time reference document within a security operations center SOC because it provides detailed step-by-step procedures for responding to specific security incidents or scenarios. This practical action-oriented guidance is essential for SSC analysts who need to make quick decisions and take consistent, efficient action during active threats or investigations. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, playbook. And this is the question, which of the following would help ensure a security analyst is able to accurately measure the overall risk to an organization when a new vulnerability is disclosed? Option A, a full inventory of all hardware and software. Option B, documentation of system classifications. Option C, a list of system owners and their departments. Option D, third-party risk assessment documentation. And the correct answer for this question is option A, a full inventory of all hardware and software. So let's check the explanation. A full inventory of all hardware and software is essential for a security analyst to accurately measure the overall risk when a new vulnerability is disclosed because it allows them to immediately identify exactly which system might be affected. Without this inventory, the analyst might mix vulnerable systems or not able to prioritize remediation efforts effectively. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, a full inventory of all hardware and software. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following best practices gives administrators to set period to perform changes to an operational system to ensure availability and minimize business impacts? Option A, impact analysis. Option B, schedule downtime. Option C, backup plan. Option D, change management boards. And the correct answer for this question is option B, scheduled downtime. So let's check the explanation. So scheduled downtime is a best practice that involves planning a specific predetermined period to perform necessary changes, maintenance, or updates to an operational system. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, scheduled downtime. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company must ensure sensitive data at rest is rendered unreadable. So which of the following will the company most likely use? Option A, hashing. Option B, tokenization. Option C, encryption. Option D, segmentation. And the correct answer for this question is option C, encryption. So let's check the explanation. Encryption is the process of converting sensitive data, plain text, into a unreadable format, ciphertext, using an algorithm and a key. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, encryption. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a legacy device is being decommissioned and is no longer receiving updates or patches. So which of the following describes this scenario? Option A, end of business. Option B, end of testing. Option C, end of support. Option D, end of life. And the correct answer for this question is option D, end of life. So let's check the explanation. The scenario described where a legacy device is being decommissioned and no longer receives updates or patches perfectly matches the definition of end of life. This is the final stage in a product's life cycle where the vendor stops all support, including technical assistance, updates, and patches, leading to the device's retirement. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, end of life. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a bank insists all of its vendors must prevent data loss on stolen laptops. So which of the following strategies is the bank requiring? Option A, encryption at rest. Option B, masking. Option C, data classification. Option D, permission restrictions. And the correct answer for this question is option A, encryption at rest. So let's check the explanation. When a laptop is stolen, the data stored on its drive is considered at rest. Encryption at rest ensures that the data is secure and inaccessible to unauthorized individuals without the proper description key. This makes it an effective strategy for preventing data loss in the event of device theft. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, encryption at rest. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, the company's end users are reporting that they are unable to reach external websites after viewing the performance data for the DNS servers. The analyst discovers that the CPU, disk, and the memory uses are minimal, but the network interface is flooded with inbound traffic. Network logs shows only a small number of DNS queries sent to this server. So which of the following best describes what the security analyst is seeing? Option A, concurrent session uses. Option B, secure DNS cryptographic downgrade. Option C, on-path resource consumption. Option D, reflected denial of service. So let's check the explanation. The correct answer is reflected denial of service. So the security analyst is seeing a reflected denial of service RDOS attack. This is because the minimum resource uses on the DNS server, the flood of inbound traffic, and the resulting inability for users to reach external websites are all characteristics of an RDOS attack, where attackers spoof a victim's IP address in request to third-party server, causing it to flood the victim with responses. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, reflected denial of service. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a system administrator wants to prevent users from being able to access data based on their responsibilities. The administrator also wants to apply the required access structure via simplified format. So which of the following should the administrator apply to the site recovery resource group? Option A, RBAC. Option B, ACL. Option C, SAML. Option D, GPO. And the correct answer for this question is option A, RBAC, role-based access control. So let's check the explanation. So RBAC, role-based access control, is a method that restricts network access based on individual's role within the enterprise. In this scenario, the administrator wants to assign permissions based on user responsibilities and a simplified format, which perfectly aligns with the RBAC's core function of assigning permissions to roles rather than individual users. By applying RBAC to the site recovery resource group, users are only granted the access necessary to perform the specific job functions, thereby enforcing the principle of least privilege in a streamlined manner. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, RBAC, role-based access control. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, during the onboarding process, an employee needs to create a password for an intranet account. The password must include 10 characters, numbers, and letters, and 2 special characters. Once the password is created, the company will grant the employee access to other company-owned websites based on the intranet profile. So which of the following access management concept is a company most likely using to safeguard intranet accounts and grant access to multiple sites based on a user's intranet account? Choose 2 out of these options. Option E is a federation. Option B is identify proofing. Option C is a password complexity. Option D, default password changes. Option E, password manager. Option F, open authentication. And the correct answer for this question is option A, federation, and option C, password complexity. So let's check the explanation. The company using federation and password complexity to manage the employee's account access. Password complexity ensures the password is strong and secure, while federation allows the employees to access multiple company-owned websites with a single set of credentials once the internet profile is established. So that's why the correct answer is federation and password complexity. So let's move to the next question.
The next question is, which of the following describes a security alerting and monitoring tool that collects system, application, and network logs from multiple sources in a centralized system? Option A, SIM, option B, DLP, option C, IDS, and option D, SNMP. And the correct answer for this question is option A, SIM, Security Information and Event Management. So let's check the explanation. So SIM is a solution specifically designed to collect, aggregate, and analyze log data and events from various sources such as network devices, servers, and applications in a centralized system. This allows security analysts to monitor, detect, and respond to potential security incidents effectively by providing a unified, viewed, and correlating data from different sources. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, Security Information and Event Management. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a network manager wants to protect a company's VPN by implementing multi-factor authentications that uses something you know, something you have, something you are. So which of the following will accomplish the manager's goal? Option A, domain name, PKI, GeoIP lookup. Option B, VPN IP address, company ID, facial structure. Option C, password, authentication token, thumbprint. Option D, company URL, TLS certificate, home address. And the correct answer for this question is option C, password, authentication, token, and thumbprint. Explanation is the multi-factor authentication MFA requires users to provide two or more distinct types of evidence factors to gain access. So that's why the correct answer is C, password, authentication token, and thumbprint.
This is the question. Which of the following best ensures minimal downtime and data loss for organizations with critical computing equipment located in earthquake-prone areas? Option A, generators and UPS. Option B, offsite replication. Option C, redundant cold sites. And option D, high availability networking. And the correct answer for this question is option B, offsite replication. So let's check the explanation. So offsite replications involves copying data to geographically distant location, which ensures that data is preserved even if the primary site is completely destroyed by a localized natural disaster like an earthquake. This strategy is crucial for both data loss prevention and for enabling quick recovery operations at an alternate site, thereby minimizing downtime. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, offsite replication. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following exercises should an organization use to improve its incident response process? Option A, tabletop. Option B, replication. Option C, failover. Option D, recovery. And the correct answer for this question is option A, tabletop. So let's check the explanation. A tabletop exercise is an informal discussion-based session where personnel meet in a conference room or a similar setting to discuss their roles and response during an emergency or simulated security incident. This type of exercise is basically designed for this incident response process. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, tabletop. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a newly identified network access vulnerability has been found in the operating system of legacy IoT devices. So which of the following would best mitigate this vulnerability quickly? Option A, insurance. Option B, patching. Option C, segmentation. Option D, replacement. And the correct answer for this question is option C, segmentation. So let's check the explanation. For legacy IoT devices, patches may not be available because the vendor no longer supports the operating system. Therefore, patching, the ideal solution for supported systems, is not a feasible for quick mitigation strategy. Segmentation involves isolating the vulnerable devices from the rest of the network, thereby limiting the potential attack surface and reducing the risk of the vulnerability being exploited and spreading to the other systems. This can be implemented quickly as a compensating control until a long-term solution like replacement can be implemented. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, segmentation. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, after an audit, an administrator discovers all users have access to confidential data on a file server. So which of the following should the administrator use to restrict access to the data quickly? Option A, group policy. Option B, content filtering. Option C, data loss prevention. Option D, access control list. And the correct answer for this question is option D, access control list. So let's check the explanation. So access control list provide a direct and immediate method to manage permissions on a file server at the file and folder level. An administrator can quickly modify the ACLs for the specific confidential data to restrict access to only authorized users or groups, which take effects immediately. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, access control list. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a client demands at least 99.99% uptime from a service provider's hosted security services. So which of the following documents includes information the service provider should return to the client? Option A, MOA, option B, SOW, option C, MOU, and option D, SLA. And the correct answer for this question is option D, SLA. So let's check the explanation. So SLA, a service level agreement, is a formal contract between a service provider and a client that defines the specific level of service expected, including key performance metrics like uptime guarantees. Example, 99.99% uptime. It ensures accountability and sets clear expectations for both parties regarding the performance of the services provided. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, SLA. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a company is discarding a classified storage array and hires an outside vendor to complete the disposal. So which of the following should the company request from the vendor? Option A, certification. Option B, inventory list. Option C, classification. Option D, proof of ownership. And the correct answer for this question is option A, certification. So let's check the explanation. For a classified storage array containing sensitive data, the company must ensure that the data is securely and irreparably destroyed. A certification, specifically certificate of destruction or sanitization certificate from the vendor, serves as a formal auditable proof. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, certification. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a company is planning a disaster recovery site and needs to ensure that a single natural disaster would not result in the complete loss of regulated backup data. So which of the following should the company consider? Option A, geographic dispersion. Option B, platform diversity. Option C, hot site. Option D, load balancing. And the correct answer for this question is A, geographic dispersion. So let's check the explanation. So geographic dispersion is the practice of storing backup data in different physical locations that are far enough apart to minimize the risk of a single natural disaster. Example, a flood, earthquake, or hurricane, affecting both the primary site and the backup site. This directly addresses a requirement of the question to ensure that a single natural disaster would not result in the complete loss of regulated backup data. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, geographic dispersion. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a security analyst locates a potentially malicious video file on a server and needs to identify both the creation date and the file's creator. So which of the following actions would most likely give the security analyst the information requirement? Option A, obtain the file's SHA-256 hash. Option B, use hexdump on the file's contents. Option C, check endpoint logs. Option D, query the file's metadata. And the correct answer for this question is option D, query the file's metadata. So let's check the explanation. So metadata is the data that describes other data such as its formal, origin, creation date, author and other attributes. Video files, like other types of files, can contain metadata that can provide useful information for forensic analysis. For example, metadata can reveal the camera model, location, date and time, and software used to create or edit the video file. To query the file's metadata, security analysts can be various tools such as median info, FRP probe, or hexadams3 to extract displays the metadata from the video file. By querying the file's metadata, the security analyst can most likely identify both the creation date and the file's creator, as well as other relevant information. Obtaining the file's SHA-256 hash, checking endpoint logs, or using hexadam on the file's contents are other possible actions, but they are not the most appropriate to answer the question. The file's SHA-256 hash is a cryptographic value that can be used to verify the integrity or uniqueness of the file, but it does not reveal any information about the file's creation date or creator. Checking endpoint logs can provide some clues about the file's origin or activity, but it may not be reliable or accurate, especially if the logs are tampered with or incomplete. Using hexadecimal file on the file's contents can show the raw binary data of the file, but it may not be easy or feasible to interpret the metadata from the hex output, especially if the file is large or encrypted. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, query the file's metadata. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following teams combines both offensive and defensive testing techniques to protect an organization's critical systems? Option A, red. Option B, blue. Option C, purple. Option D, yellow. And the correct answer for this question is option C, purple. So let's check the explanation. The purple team is collaborative function, often not permanent separate team, but a process that integrates offensive testing techniques of the red team and the defensive strategies of the blue team to maximize the effectiveness of an organization's security posture. This collaboration ensures continuous improvement and detection and response capabilities by sharing real-time insights and methodologies. That's why the correct answer for this question is option C, purple. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a small business uses kiosks on the sales floor to display product information for customers. The security team discovers the kiosks use end-of-life operating systems. So which of the following is the security team most likely to document as a security implication of the current architecture? Option A, patch availability. Option B, product software compatibility. Option C, ease of recovery. Option D, cost of replacement. And the correct answer for this question is option A, patch availability. So let's check the explanation. So end of life operating systems are no longer supported by their vendors, meaning they do not receive regular security updates or patches to address newly discovered vulnerabilities. This makes them an attractive target for attackers who can exploit known security flaws. A security team would recommend this lack of ongoing vendor support and patch availability as a major security implication or vulnerability of using end-of-life systems. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, patch availability. And this is the question, which of the following vulnerabilities is exploited when an attacker overwrites a register with a malicious address? Option A, VM escape. Option B, SQL injection. Option C, buffer overflow. Option D, race condition. And the correct answer for this question is option C, buffer overflow. So let's check the explanation. A buffer overflow vulnerability occurs when a program writes more data to buffer, a temporary data holding area in memory that it can handle. This excess data overflow into adjacent memory locations, potentially overwriting critical data, including registers. An attacker exploits this by providing carefully crafted input that overrides a register, such as instruction pointer with a malicious address, thereby redirecting the program's executions flow to arbitrary, malicious code that the attacker controls. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, buffer overflow. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following would be the best way to handle a critical business application that is running on a legacy server? Option A, segmentation. Option B, isolation. Option C, hardening. Option D, decommissioning. And the correct answer for this question is option A, segmentation. So let's check the explanation. Segmentation is widely considered the best approach for a critical application on a legacy server because it balances the need of for security with the requirement for the application to remain functional. Legacy servers often have inherent unpatchable vulnerabilities, so hardening alone may be insufficient. By placing the server in a separate restricted network segment, a form of compensating control, access can be strictly limited to only the necessary users or systems, significantly reducing the attack surface and potential impact of a breach on the rest of the network, while still allowing the critical application to be used. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, segmentation. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, after a company was compromised, customers initiate a lawsuit. The companies ordinarily have requested that the security team initiate a legal hold in response to the lawsuits. Which of the following describes the action the security team will most likely be required to take? Option A, retain the emails between the security team and affected customers for 30 days. Option B, retain any communications related to the security breach until further notice. Option C, retain any communications between security members during the breach response. And option D, retain all emails from the company to affected customers for an indefinite period of time. And the correct answer for this question is option B, retain any communications related to the security breach until further notice. So let's check the explanation. A legal hold, also known as a litigation hold, is a process initiated by an organization's legal counsel to preserve all form of potentially relevant information, documents, email data, etc. when litigation is pending for or reasonably anticipated. So that's why the correct answer for this question is retain any communications related to the security breach until further notice. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following describe the process of concealing code for or text inside a graphical image? Option A, symmetric encryption. Option B, hashing. Option C, data masking. Option D, stenography. And the correct answer for this question is option D, stenography. So let's check the explanation. So this is the practice of concealing code or text inside graphical image or other non-secret file in such a way that existence of the hidden message is not evident to an unsuspecting person. This differs from cryptography, which makes a message unreadable but its existing is obvious. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, stenography. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, an employee receives a text message from an unknown number claiming to be the company chief executive officer and asking the employee to purchase several gift cards. So which of the following types of attacks does this describe? Option A, wishing. Option B, smishing. Option D, pretexting. Option D, phishing. And the correct answer for this question is option B, smishing. So let's check the explanation. So smishing is a type of social engineering attack that specifically uses SMS text messages to deceive individuals into revealing sensitive information or performing actions such as purchasing gift cards. The scenario perfectly fits this definition as a fraudulent communication occurs via text message. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, smishing. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following risk management strategies should an enterprise adopt first if a legacy application is critical to business operations and there are preventive controls that are not yet implemented? Option A, mitigate. Option B, accept. Option C, transfer. Option D, avoid. And the correct answer for this question is option A, mitigate. So let's check the explanation. Since the legacy application is critical to business operations, simply accepting the risk, transferring it, example via insurance, which doesn't stop an operational failure, or avoiding its use, which would stop operations, are not ideally primary strategies. The most logical and prudent first step is to mitigate the risk by implementing available preventive controls or compensating controls, example network segmentation, isolation, hardening, to reduce the likelihood and impact of potential security incidents to an acceptable level. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, mitigate. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, visitors to secure facility are required to check in with a photo ID and enter the facility through an access control vestibule. So which of the following best describes this form of security control? Option A, physical; option B, managerial; option C, technical; option D, operational. And the correct answer for this question is option A, physical. So let's check the explanation. So physical security controls involves the use of tangible barriers, devices, and procedures to protect physical assets and prevent unauthorized physical access to facilities or restricted areas. So that's why the correct answer for this question is A, physical. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, the local administrator account for a company's VPN appliance was unexpectedly used to log in into the remote management interface. Which of the following would have most likely prevented this from happening? Option A, using least privilege; option B, changing the default password; option C, assigning individuals user IDs; option D, reviewing logs more frequently. And the correct answer for this question is option B, changing the default password. So let's check the explanation. Changing the default password would have most likely prevented this unauthorized access because many VPN appliances come with easily guessable or publicly known default credentials. An attacker could exploit this vulnerability to gain access. Changing the password to a strong, unique one makes it significantly more difficult for unauthorized users to log in. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, changing the default password. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is the best way to secure an on-site data center against intrusion from an insider? Option A, pollards; option B, access badge; option C, motion sensor; option D, video surveillance. And the correct answer for this question is option B, access badge. So let's check the explanation. An access badge system is the best way to secure a data center against an insider intrusion because it provides a direct preventive access control mechanism. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, access badge. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an engineer moved to another team and is unable to access the new team's shared folders while still being able to access the shared folders from the former team. After opening a ticket, the engineer discovers that account was never moved to the new group. Which of the following access control is most likely causing the lack of access? Option A, role based; option B, discretionary; option C, time of day; option D, least privilege. And the correct answer for this question is option A, role based. So let's check the explanation. The engineer's lack of access to the new team's shared folder is a direct result of the account not being moved to the corresponding new group. So which implies they have not been assigned the necessary role. In role-based access control RBAC system, access permissions are tied to users' assigned role within the organizations. Example, engineer, manager, and HR. When the user's role change, moving to a new team, their access should be updated to reflect the permissions of the new role and revoke those the old role. Since this update did not happen, the old role's access remains and the new role's access is missing. So that's why the correct answer for this question is role-based access control. And this is the question. A security consultant needs secure remote access to a client environment. So which of the following should the security consultant most likely use to gain access? Option A, EAP; option B, DSCP; option C, IPsec; option D, NAT. And the correct answer for this question is option C, IPsec. So let's check the explanation for this answer. A security consultant would most likely use IPsec to gain secure remote access to a client environment, because this is a cryptographic protocol suite that provides secure communication over IP networks. It can be used to create virtual private networks which allow secure remote access. VPNs encrypt and authenticate data packets, ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and protection from replay attacks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, IPsec. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following should a system administrator use to ensure an easy deployment of resources within the cloud provider? Option A, software as a service. Option B, infrastructure as a code. Option C, Internet of Things. Option D, software defined networking. And the correct answer for this question is option B, infrastructure as a code. So let's check the explanation. So infrastructure as a code allows administrators to define and manage cloud infrastructure through text files, enabling automated provision and deployment of servers, networks, and other resources, making it ideal for easy and consistent deployment within a cloud provider. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, infrastructure as a code. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, after a security awareness training session, a user called IT help desk and reported a suspicious call. The suspicious caller stated that the chief financial officer wanted credit card information in order to close an invoice. So which of the following topics did the user recognize from the training? Option A, insider threat. Option B, email phishing. Option C, social engineering. Option D, execute whaling. And the correct answer for this question is option C, social engineering. So let's check the explanation. So social engineering is a technique where attackers manipulate users into revealing sensitive information by pretending to be someone trustworthy, like the CEO or CFO in this case. The training likely covered recognizing these tactics and reporting suspicious interactions. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, social engineering. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security administrator is deploying a DLP solution to prevent exfiltration of sensitive customer data. So which of the following should the administrator do first? Option A, block access to cloud storage websites. Option B, create a rule to block outgoing email attachments. Option C, apply classifications to the data. Option D, remove all user permissions from shares on the file server. And the correct answer for this question is option C, apply classifications to the data. So let's check the explanation. The first step a security administrator should take when deploying a DLP solution is to C, apply classifications to the data, because this allows the DLP system to identify which data is considered sensitive and needs to be monitored and protected from exfiltration. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, apply classifications to the data. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator assists the legal and compliance team with ensuring information about customer transactions is archived for the proper time period. So which of the following data policies is the administrator carrying out? Option A, compromise. Option B, retention. Option C, analysis. Option D, transfer. Option E, inventory. And the correct answer for this question is option B, retention. So let's check the explanation. The administrator is carrying out a retention data policy by ensuring customer transaction information is archived for the proper time period. And a retention, this data policy refers to the practice of storing data for a specified period based on legal requirements, business needs, or compliance regulations. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, retention. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is working with a vendor to perform a penetration test. So which of the following includes an estimate about the number of hours required to complete the engagement? Option A, SOW, option B, BPA, option C, CLA, SLA, option D, NDA. And the correct answer for this question is option A, a statement of work. So let's check the explanation. A statement of work is a document that includes an estimate about the number of hours required to complete a penetration test. This document outlines the scope, timeline, deliverables, and cost of a project, including details like the estimated number of hours needed for completion. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, a statement of work. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a chief information security officer wants to explicitly raise awareness about the increase of ransomware as a service in a report to the management team. So which of the following best describe the threat actor in the CISO's report? And the option A is insider threat, option B is activist, option C nation state, option D organized crime. And the correct answer for this question is option D, organized crime. So let's check the explanation. So ransomware as a service is a business model where cyber criminals can rent out ransomware kits to others, making it easier for individuals with less technical expertise to launch ransomware attacks. This model is typically associated with the organized crime groups as it allows them to scale their operations and recruit a large network of affiliates to carry out attacks. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, organized crime. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following practices would be best to prevent an insider from introducing malicious code into a company's development process? Option A, code scanning for vulnerabilities. Option B, open source component uses. Option C, quality assurance testing. Option D, peer review and approval. And the correct answer for this question is option D, peer review and approval. So let's check the explanation. Peer review and approval is the best practice to prevent an insider from introducing malicious code into a company's development process because it involves multiple people with different perspectives reviewing and approving the code, so which can catch potential issues that might be missed by a single developer. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, peer review and approval. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following can best protect against an employee inadvertently installing malware on company system? Option A, host-based firewall. Option B, system isolation. Option C, least privilege. Option D, application allow list. And the correct answer for this question is application allow list. So let's check the explanation. The application allow list, the security measures only permits pre-approved applications to run on a system, effectively blocking any unknown or potentially malicious software from being executed. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, application allow list. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a company is adding a clause to its AUP that states employees are not allowed to modify the operating system on mobile devices. Which of the following vulnerabilities is the organization addressing? Option A, cross-site scripting. Option B, buffer overflow. Option C, jailbreaking. Option D, side loading. And the correct answer for this question is option C, jailbreaking. So the jailbreaking by preventing employees from modifying the operating system on their mobile devices, and jailbreaking allows for unauthorized modifications to the system which can introduce security risks. Refers to the process of modifying the operating system on a mobile devices to gain administrative privileges, often allowing users to install unauthorized applications or bypass security restrictions. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, jailbreaking. And this is the question, which of the following would be the best ways to ensure only authorized personnel can access a secure facility? So choose two options out of these options. Option A, fencing. Option B, video surveillance. Option C, badge access. Option D, access control vestibule. Option E, sign-in sheet. option F, sensor. And the correct answer for this question is option C and option D. Option C is badge access and option D is access control vestibule. So let's check the explanation. So badge access, the system requires individuals to scan a unique badge to gain entry, providing a direct method of verifying authorization and tracking who enters the facility. And access control vestibule, this is a secure area with multiple doors where individual must first authenticate themselves before proceeding further, adding an extra layer of security. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, badge access, and option D, access control vestibule. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, an organization would like to store customer data on a separate part of the network that is not accessible to users on the main corporate network. So which of the following should the administrator use to accomplish this goal? Option A, segmentation. Option B, isolation. Option C, patching. Option D, encryption. And the correct answer for this question is option A, segmentation. So let's check the explanation. So segmentation involves dividing a network into smaller, manageable subnetworks, allowing for control access between them. This is ideal for isolating customer data from the main corporate network, ensuring that only authorized users can access the sensitive information. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, segmentation. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is the most common data loss path for an air gap network? Option A, Bastion host. Option B, unsecure Bluetooth. Option C, unpatched OS. Option D, removable devices. And the correct answer for this question is option D, removable devices. And let's check the explanation. An air gap network is physically isolated from other network to prevent unauthorized access, but removable devices like USB drives can introduce malware or sensitive data onto the system when plugged in, thus breaching the air gap security. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, removable devices. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, malware spread across a company's network after an employee visited a compromised industrial block. So which of the following best describes this type of attack? Option A, impersonation. Option B, disinformation. Option C, watering hole. Option D, smishing. And the correct answer for this question is option C, watering hole. So let's check the explanation. The attack described is watering hole attack. This is because the attackers compromise a specific website that the target employees were known to visit frequently, an industry block to deliver malware. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, watering hole. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an organization is struggling with scaling issues on its VPN concentrator and internet circuit due to remote work. The organization is looking for a software solution that will allow it to reduce traffic on the VPN and internet circuit while still providing encrypted tunnel access to the data center and monitoring remote employee internet traffic. So which of the following will help achieve these objectives? Option A, deploying a SIS solution to remote employees. Option B, building a load balanced VPN solution with redundant internet. Option C, purchasing a low-cost SD-WAN solution for VPN traffic. Option D, using a cloud provider to create additional VPN concentrators. And the correct answer for this question is deploying a secure access service edge solution to remote employees. So let's check the correct answer, the explanation for this answer. So deploying a secure access service edge solution to remote employees is the correct answer because it integrates security and networking functions into a cloud-based architecture, which offloads traffic from the corporate VPN, reduces internet circuit strain, provides a secure access to the data center, and allows for monitoring of remote user traffic. This approach directly addresses the scaling issues caused by a large remote workforce. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, deploying SACE solution to remote employees. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is the best reason to complete an audit in a banking environment? Option A, regulatory requirement. Option B, organizational change. Option C, self-assessment requirement. Option D, service level requirement. And the correct answer for this question is option A, regulatory requirement. So let's check the explanation. So banks are heavily regulated by financial authorities, and these regulations often mandate regular audits to ensure compliance with specific rules and standards. Non-compliance can lead to penalties, legal issues, and even loss of operating license. Therefore, completing an audit to meet regulatory requirements is the primary driver for most banking institutions. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, regulatory requirement. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following security concept is the best reason for permissions on a human resources file share to follow the principle of least privilege? Option A, integrity. Option B, availability. Option C, confidentiality. Option D, non-repudiation. And the correct answer for this question is option C, confidentiality. So let's check the explanation. The principle of the least privilege means granting users only the minimum level of access needed to perform their job functions. In the context of HR files, this is a crucial for protecting sensitive employees' data like salaries, personal information, and medical records. By applying this principle, only authorized HR personnel can access this information, minimizing the risk of data breaches and unauthorized disclosure. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, confidentiality. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following are cases in which an engineer should recommend the decommissioning of network device? Choose two out of these options. Option A, the device has been moved from production environment to a test environment. Option B, the device is configured to use clear text password. Option C, the device is moved to an isolated segment on the enterprise network. Option D, the device is moved to a different location in the enterprise. Option E, the device's encryption level cannot meet organizational standard. And last option, the device is unable to receive authorized updates. So the correct answer for this question is option E and F. The device encryption level cannot meet organizational standards, and the device is unable to receive authorized updates. So let's check the explanation. So the device's encryption level cannot meet organizational standards. That means if a device uses outdated or weak encryption, it poses a serious security risk of sensitive data. This is a strong reason for decommissioning it to prevent potential breaches. And the device is unable to receive authorized updates. That means devices that cannot receive security updates become vulnerable to known exploits and are unable to maintain a secure state. This makes them a liability and should be decommissioned. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option E and F. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company is required to perform a risk assessment on an annual basis. So which of the following types of risk assessments does this requirement describe? Option A, continuous. Option B, ad hoc. Option C, recurring. And option D, one time. And the correct answer for this question is option C, recurring. So let's check the explanation. So recurring, this means the risk assessment is performed on a regular schedule like annually, which aligns with the given requirement. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, recurring. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, after recent ransomware attacks on a company's system, an administrator reviewed the log files. So which of the following control types did the administrator use? Option A, compensating. Option B, detective. Option C, preventive. Option D, corrective. And the correct answer for this question is option B, detective. So let's check the explanation. So detective controls are designed to identify security incidents after they have occurred. Reviewing log files to detect suspicious activity after a ransomware attack is a classic example of detective control. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, detective. And this is the question. A company requires hard drives to be securely wiped before sending decommission system to recycling. So which of the following best describes this policy? Option A, enumeration. Option B, sanitization. Option C, destruction. Option D, inventory. And the correct answer for this question is option B, sanitization. And the explanation for this answer is the policy of securely wiping hard drives before decommissioning system is best described as sanitization. So sanitization refers to the process of securely erasing data from HDD, ensuring that it cannot be recovered by unauthorized individuals. This is the most accurate description for the given scenario where the company wants to wipe sensitive data before recycling. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, sanitization. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a systems administrator works for a local hospital and needs to ensure patient data is protected and secure. So which of the following data classifications should be used to secure patient data? Option A, private. Option B, critical. Option C, sensitive. Option D, public. And the correct answer for this question is option C, sensitive. So let's check the explanation. So sensitive data, this is the most appropriate classification for patient data as it refers to information that is highly confidential and requires strict protection due to its potential impact on individuals' privacy and well-being. Patient medical records, diagnosis, treatments, and personal information all fall under this category. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, sensitive. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a US-based cloud hosting provider wants to expand its data centers to new international locations. So which of the following should the hosting provider consider first? Option A, local data protection regulations. Option B, risk from hackers visiting other countries. Option C, impacts to existing contextual obligations. Option D, time zone differences in log correlation. And the correct answer for this question is option A, local data protection regulations. So let's check the explanations. So when expanding internationally, a cloud hosting provider must prioritize compliance with local data protection regulations in each new jurisdiction. These regulations, like the European Union's Green General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) or Brazil's Lei General de Protector de Dados (LGPD), often have strict requirements regarding data collection, storage, processing, and transfer of personal data. Failure to comply can result in significant fines and legal persecutions. Therefore, understanding and adhering to local data protection laws is crucial before establishing data centers in new countries. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, local data protection regulations. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following would be the best way to block unknown programs from executing? Option A, access control list. Option B, application allow list. Option C, host-based firewall. Option D, DLP solution. And the correct answer for this question is option B, application allow list. And let's check the explanation. So application allow list, the security measures only permits pre-approved applications to run on a system, effectively blocking any unknown or unauthorized software from executing. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, application allow list. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a company hired a consultant to perform an offensive security assessment covering penetration testing and social engineering. So which of the following teams will conduct this assessment activity? Option A, white. Option B, purple. Option C, blue. Option D, red. And the correct answer for this question is option D, red. So let's check the explanation for this answer. A red team is responsible for simulating attacks against an organization's systems to identify vulnerabilities. Penetration testing and social engineering are classic tactics used by red teams. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, red. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a software development manager wants to ensure the authenticity of the code created by the company. So which of the following options is the most appropriate? Option A, testing input validation on the user input feeds. Option B, performing code signing on company developed software. Option C, performing static code analysis on the software. Option D, ensuring secure cookies are used. And the correct answer for this question is option B, performing code signing on company developed software. And the explanation for this answer is, so code signing involves applying a digital signature to software, which verifies the identity of the developer, the company in this case, and ensures that the code has not been altered or tampered with since it was signed. So this process provides strong assurance of both the authenticity and integrity of the software. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, performing code signing on company developed software. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following can be used to identify potential attacker activities without affecting production servers? Option A, honeypot. Option B, video surveillance. Option C, zero trust. Option D, geofencing. And the correct answer for this question is option A, honeypot. So let's check the explanation. A honeypot is a decoy system designed to attract and trap attackers, allowing you to monitor their activity without impacting real production servers. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, honeypot. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, during an investigation, an incident responses team attempts to understand the source of an incident. So which of the following incident response activities describe this process? Option A, analysis. Option B, lessons learned. Option C, detection. Option D, containment. And the correct answer for this question is option A, analysis. And analysis, this phase involves examining the evidence and data collected to determine how the incident occurred, its origin, and the impact it had. It focuses on understanding the root cause of this issue. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, analysis. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a security practitioner completes a vulnerability assessment on a company's network and finds several vulnerabilities which the operations team remediates. So which of the following should be done next? Option A, conduct an audit. Option B, initiate a penetration test. Option C, rescan the network. Option D, submit a report. And the correct answer for this question is option C, rescan the network. So let's check the explanation. So the best action to take after the operations team remediate vulnerabilities discovered in a network assessment is to rescan the network to verify that the fixes have been implemented correctly and to new vulnerabilities have appeared. So rescanning, this step involves running the vulnerability scanner again to check if the previously identified vulnerabilities have been addressed and if any new issues have been emerged. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, rescan the network. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an administrator was notified that a user logged in remotely after hours and copied large amounts of data to personal device. So which of the following best describe the user's activity? Option A, penetration testing. Option B, phishing campaign. Option C, external audit. Option D, insider trade. And the correct answer for this question is option D, insider threat. So let's check the explanation. So an insider threat refers to a security risk posed by someone within the organization who has authorized access to sensitive information and systems and who might misuse that access for malicious purposes. So that's why the correct answer for this question is insider threat. And this is the question. A security analyst scans a company's public network and discovers a host is running a remote desktop that can be used to access the production network. So which of the following changes should the security analyst recommend? Option A, changing the remote desktop port to a non-standard number. Option B, setting up a VPN and placing the jump server inside the firewall. Option C, using a proxy for web connections from the remote desktop server. Option D, connecting the remote server to the domain, increasing the password length. And the correct answer for this question is option B, setting up a VPN and placing the jump server inside the firewall. So let's check the explanation. So VPN for secure access, a virtual private network encrypts data transmitted over the internet, providing a secure tunnel for remote access. Placing the jump server inside the firewall further isolates it from the public network, enhancing security. And a jump server acts as an intermediary server, allowing authorized users to access internal network securely. By placing it within the firewall, the jump server becomes a controlled access point. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, setting up a VPN and placing the jump server inside the firewall. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, an enterprise has been experiencing attacks focused on exploiting vulnerabilities in older browser versions with well-known exploits. So which of the following security solutions should be configured to best provide the ability to monitor and block these known signature-based attacks? Option A, ACL. Option B, DLP. Option C, IDS. Option D, IPS. And the correct answer for this question is option D, IPS. So let's check the explanation. So IPS, an intrusion prevention system, should be configured to best monitor and block known signature-based attacks against an enterprise experiencing attacks focused on exploiting vulnerabilities in older browser versions with well-known exploits. So IPS functionality is an IPS actively monitors network traffic for malicious activity based on predefined signatures. It can detect and block attacks that match these signatures, so making it deal for preventing attacks that leverage well-known vulnerabilities. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, IPS. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, security controls in a data center are being reviewed to ensure data is properly protected and that human life considerations are included. So which of the following best describes how the controls should be set up? Option A, remote access points should fail close. Option B, logging controls should fail open. Option C, safety controls should fail open. Option D, logical security controls should fail close. And the correct answer for this question is option C, safety controls should fail open. So let's check the explanation. So fail open means that in event of a failure, the control will automatically open or allow access, which is generally desirable for safety controls. This ensures that if, for example, a fire alarm is triggered, the emergency exit doors will immediately open, allowing people to evacuate quickly. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, safety controls should fail open. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following would be the best suited for constantly changing environments? Option A, RTOS. Option B, containers. Option C, embedded systems. Option D, SCADA. And the correct answer for this question is option B, containers. So let's check the explanation. So containers are best suited for constantly changing environments because they provide a lightweight, portable and consistent environment for applications to run in, regardless of the underlying infrastructure. This allows developers to quickly deploy, scale and update applications across various environments, from a developer's laptop to different cloud providers with minimal issues. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, containers. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following incident response activities ensures evidence is properly handled? Option A, e-discovery. Option B, chain of custody. Option C, legal hold. Option D, preservation. And the correct answer for this question is option B, chain of custody. So let's check the explanation. So chain of custody, this refers to the process of documenting the handling of evidence from time it is collected until it is presented in court, ensuring its integrity and reliability by tracking who handled the evidence, when and where it was collected, and any transfers of possession. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, chain of custody. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an accounting clerk sent money to an attacker's bank account after receiving fraudulent instructions to use a new account. So which of the following would most likely prevent this activity in the future? Option A, standardizing security incident reporting. Option B, executing regular phishing campaigns. Option C, implementing insider threat detection measures. Option D, updating processes for sending wire transfers. And the correct answer for this question is option D, updating processes for sending wire transfers. So let's check the explanation. So the best option to prevent an accounting clerk from sending money to an attacker's bank account after receiving fraud instruction is updating process for sending wire transfers. This is a secure process. That's why the correct answer for this question is option D, updating process for sending wire transfers. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a system administrator is creating a script that would save time and prevent human error when performing account creation for a large number of end users. So which of the following would be good use case for this task? Option A, off-the-shelf software. Option B, orchestration. Option B, baseline. Option D, policy enforcement. And the correct answer for this question is option B, orchestrations. And let's check the explanation. So this is designed to automate complex workflows, making it ideal for creating accounts for a large number of users efficiently and accurately. It can manage the entire process, including creating user accounts, assigning permissions, and setting up other necessary configurations, all with minimal human intervention. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a company's marketing department collects, modifies, and stores sensitive customer data. The infrastructure team is responsible for securing the data while in transit at rest. So which of the following data roles describe the customer? Option A, processor. Option B, custodian. Option C, subject. Option D, owner. And the correct answer for this question is option C, subject. So let's check the explanation. So in the context of data privacy regulations, a subject refers to the individual whose personal data is being collected, processed, and stored by an organization. Since the company's marketing department is collecting data about its customers, those customers are considered the data subjects. They are the subjects of the data processing activities. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, subject. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following describes the maximum allowance of accepted risk? Option A, risk indicator. Option B, risk level. Option C, risk score. Option D, risk threshold. And the correct answer for this question is option D, risk threshold. So let's check the explanation. A risk threshold represents a maximum level of risk an organization is willing to tolerate for a specific activity or project. It essentially defines the upper limit of acceptable risk beyond which further exposure would be considered unacceptable. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, risk threshold. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a security analyst receives alerts about an internal system sending a large amount of unusual DNS queries to a system on the internet over short periods of time during non-business hours. So which of the following is most likely occurring? Option A, a worm is propagating across the network. Option B, data is being exploited. Option C, a logic bomb is deleting data. Option D, ransomware is encrypting files. And the correct answer for this question is option B, data is being exfiltrated. Let's check the explanation. So the scenario described, the system sending numerous unusual DNS queries to external systems during non-business hour is most likely indicative data exfiltrations. Exfiltrators often use DNS tunneling to hide malicious traffic within seemingly normal DNS request, allowing them to steal sensitive data from the compromised system. And this is the question. A technician is opening ports on a firewall for a new system being deployed and supported by a SaaS provider. So which of the following is a risk in the new system? Option A, default credentials. Option B, non-segmented network. Option C, supply chain vendor. Option D, vulnerable software. And the correct answer for this question is option D, vulnerable software. So let's check the explanation. The most critical risk associated with opening firewall ports for a new system supported by a SaaS provider is vulnerable software. Opening ports on a firewall exposes the system to external networks. If the software running on the system has vulnerabilities, attackers can exploit them through the open ports to gain unauthorized access. This is a significant security concern, especially when considering that the system is being supported by a SaaS provider. The software might have known vulnerabilities that haven't been patched or unknown one that the SaaS provider hasn't identified. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, vulnerable software. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a systems administrator is working on a solution with the following requirements. Provide a secure zone, enforce a company-wide access control policy, reduce the scope of threats. Which of the following is the system administrator setting up? Option A, zero trust. Option B, AAA. Option C, non-repudiation. Option D, CIA. And the correct answer for this question is option A, zero trust. So let's check the explanation. So zero trust is a security model that aligns with the given requirements because it emphasizes verifying access for every user and device, regardless of their location within the network, effectively reducing the scope of threats and enforcing strict access controls. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, zero trust. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following involves an attempt to take advantage of database misconfigurations? Option A, buffer overflow. Option B, SQL injection. Option C, VM escape. Option D, memory injection. And the correct answer for this question is option B, SQL injection. So let's check the explanation. So SQL injection is an attack that takes advantage of database misconfigurations by allowing attackers to inject malicious SQL commands into a database through user input, essentially manipulating the database. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, SQL injection. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is used to validate a certificate when it is presented to a user? Option A, OCSP. Option B, CSR. Option C, CA. Option D, CRC. And the correct answer for this question is option A, OCSP. And the explanation is OCSP means online certificate status protocol. So this is the protocol used to check the validity status of a certificate in real time, verifying if it has been revoked or is still active. When a user presents a certificate, a system can use OCSP to query a certificate authority CA and get an update on its status. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, OCSP. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, one of a company's vendors sent an analyst a security bulletin that recommends a BIOS update. So which of the following vulnerability types is being addressed by the patch? Option A, virtualization. Option B, firmware. Option C, application. Option D, operating system. And the correct answer for this question is option B, firmware. So let's check the explanation. A BIOS, basic input output system, is a type of firmware that is essential for booting a computer. When a vendor recommends a BIOS update, they are addressing vulnerabilities specific to the firmware itself. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, firmware. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is used to quantitatively measures the criticality of a vulnerability? Option A, CVE. Option B, CVSS. Option C, CIA. option D, CRT. And the correct answer for this question is option B, CVSS. So let's check the explanation. CVSS means Common Vulnerability Scoring System, is a standardized framework used to quantitatively measure the criticality of vulnerability by assigning it a numerical score based on its potential impact and exploitability. That's why the correct answer for this question is option B, CVSS. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following actions could a security engineer take to ensure workstations and servers are properly monitored for unauthorized changes and software? Option A, configure all system to lock scheduled tasks. Option B, collect and monitor all traffic existing in the network. Option C, block traffic based on known malicious signatures. Option D, install endpoint management software on all systems. And the correct answer for this question is option D, install endpoint management software on all system. So let's check the explanation. The best action a security engineer can take to ensure workstations and servers are monitored for unauthorized changes and software is to install endpoint management software on all systems. So endpoint management software provides a comprehensive set of tools for managing and monitoring devices, including detecting unauthorized software installations, tracking system changes, and enforcing security policies, making it the most effective option for comprehensive system monitoring. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, install endpoint management software on all systems. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an organization is leveraging a VPN between its headquarters and a branch location. So which of the following is a VPN protecting? Option A, data in use. Option B, data in transit. Option C, geographic restrictions. Option D, data sovereignty. And the correct answer for this question is option B, data in transit. So let's check the explanation. A VPN protects data in transit between the organization's headquarters and branch location. So data in transit, this refers to data that is being transmitted over a network, like when information is sent from a computer to the internet or between two servers. A VPN primarily focuses on securing the data while it's traveling by encrypting it and creating a secure tunnel. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, data in transit. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, after reviewing the following vulnerability scanning report, a security analyst performs the following test. So which of the following would the security analyst conclude for this reported vulnerability? Option A, it is a false positive. Option B, a rescan is required. Option C, it is considered noise. Option D, compensating controls exit. And the correct answer for this question is option D, compensating controls exits. So let's check the explanation. The scenario describes a situation where a vulnerability scanner flags an issue, but further investigation by the security analyst reveals that the compensation controls, in this case encryption, is in place to mitigate the vulnerability. Since the control effectively addresses the risk, the reported vulnerability is not considered a true threat and is considered to be a compensated for. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, compensating controls exit. Question is, a security analyst reviews domain activity logs and notices the following: user ID JSmith, password authentication succeeded, MFA failed, invalid code. So which of the following is the best explanation for what the security analyst has discovered? Option A, the user JSmith's account has been locked out. Option B, a keylogger is installed on JSmith workstation. Option C, an attacker is attempting to brute force JSmith account. Option D, the ransomware has been deployed in the domain. And the correct answer for this question is option C, an attacker is attempting to brute force JSmith account. So let's check the explanation. So the best explanation for the observed activity is C, an attacker is attempting to brute force JSmith account. Multiple failed MFA attempts with successful password authentication. This pattern indicates an attacker trying different MFA codes repeatedly after successfully guessing or obtaining JSmith's password. Brute force attacks, this method involves trying many different combinations of passwords or MFA codes until the correct one is found. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C. An attacker is attempting to brute force Jasmate's account. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a company is concerned about whether events causing damage to the server room and downtime. So which of the following should the company consider? Option A, clustering servers. Option B, geographic dispersion. Option C, load balancers. Option D, offsite backups. And the correct answer for this question is option B, geographic dispersion. So let's check the explanation. So geographic dispersion involves placing servers in different geographically separated locations. So if one site is affected by weather event, the other site can still operate and maintain service continuity. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B, geographic dispersion. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, which of the following is a primary security concern for a company setting up a BIOD program? Option A, end of life. Option B, buffer overflow. Option C, VM escape. Option D, jailbreaking. And the correct answer for this question is option D, jailbreaking. So let's check the explanation. The primary security concern for a company setting up a BIOD program is jailbreaking. Jailbreaking, this refers to removing manufacturer-imposed restrictions on a device, often allowing for the installation of unauthorized apps and modifications to the operating system. This can be significantly compromise the device's security by introducing vulnerabilities and allowing attackers to gain unauthorized access to sensitive information. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, jailbreaking. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, the company decided to reduce the cost of its annual cyber insurance policy by removing the coverage for ransomware attacks. Which of the following analysis elements did the company most likely use in making this decision? Option A, MDTR. Option B, RTO. Option C, ARO. Option D, MTBF. And the correct answer for this question is option C, ARO. So the company most likely used ARO on an annualized rate of occurrence in making this decision. So explanation is, the ARO represents how often a specific event like a ransomware attack is expected to occur within a given period, usually a year. By calculating the ARO, the company can estimate the likelihood of experiencing a ransomware attack and determine the associated risk. If the ARO is low, the company might conclude that the risk of ransomware attacks is sufficiently low to justify removing ransomware coverage from their insurance policy. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, ARO, annualized rate of occurrence. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, after a recent vulnerability scan, a security engineer needs to harden the router within the corporate networks. Which of the following is the most appropriate to disable? Option A, console access. Option B, routing protocols. Option C, VLANs. And option D, web-based administration. And the correct answer for this question is option D, web-based administration. So let's check the explanation. The web-based administration, this feature allows administrators to manage the router remotely using a web browser. But it also presents a significant security risk as attackers can exploit this interface to gain access to the router's configuration. Disabling it reduces the attack surface and make the router more secure, even if it means slightly less convenient for local management. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, web-based administration. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, which of the following is the most likely to be included as an element of communication in a security awareness program? Option A, reporting phishing attempts or other suspicious activities. Option B, detecting insider threats using anomalous behavior recognition. Option C, verifying information when modifying wire transfer data. Option D, performing social engineering as part of third-party penetration testing. And the correct answer for this question is option A, reporting phishing attempts or either suspicious activities. So let's check the explanation. A security awareness program aims to educate employees about recognizing and reporting security risks. Emphasizing the importance of reporting phishing attempts aligns with this goal as it allows the security team to quickly address potential threats. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, reporting phishing attempts or other suspicious activities. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is the phase in the incident response process when a security analyst reviews roles and responsibilities? Option A, preparation. Option B, recovery. Option C, lessons learned. Option D, analysis. And the correct answer for this question is option A, preparation. So let's check the explanation. So during the preparation phase, the incident response team defines and establishes clear roles and responsibilities for each member, ensuring everyone knows their part in handling an incident. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, preparation. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a security administrator needs a method to secure data in an environment that includes some form of checks, so track any changes. So which of the following should the administrator set up to achieve this goal? Option A, SPF. Option B, GPO. Option C, NSE. Option D, FIM. And the correct answer for this question is option D, FIM, File Integrity Monitoring. So let's check the explanation. So file integrity monitoring, this technology actively monitors files and systems for any unauthorized modifications, allowing administrators to detect changes to critical data and identify potential security breaches. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, File Integrity Monitoring. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, an administrator is reviewing a single server security logs and discover the following. So audit failures, Microsoft Windows security, event ID, and task category is log on. So which of the following best describes the action captured in this log file? So option A, brute force attack. Option B, privilege escalation. Option C, failed password audit. Option D, forgotten password by the user. And the correct answer for this question is brute force attack. So let's check the explanation. So brute force attack is the most likely action captured in the logs file because a brute force attacks involves trying many different combinations of usernames and passwords to gain unauthorized access to a system. The log entry likely shows a series of failed login attempts with different usernames and passwords, which aligns with the definition of a brute force attack. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a security engineer is implementing FDE for all laptops in an organization. So which of the following are the most important for the engineer to consider as part of the planning process? So choose two out of these options. Option A, key escrow. Option B, TPM presence. Option C, digital signatures. Option D, data tokenization. Option E, public key management. Option F, certificate authority linking. And the correct answer for this option is option A and option B, key escrow and TPM presence. So let's check the explanation. So the most important consideration for a security engineer implementing FDE are key escrow and TPM presence when planning for FDE deployment on an organization's laptop. So key escrow, this refers to storing a copy of the encryption key in a secure location, allowing authorized parties to access data in the case the original key is lost or forgotten. So which is crucial for recovery scenarios. And TPM presents a trusted platform model is a hardware chip that securely stores encryption keys and provides a trusted environment for cryptographic operations, enhancing the security of FDE implementation. So that's why the correct options for this question is option A, key escrow, and B, TPM present. This is the question. So which of the following allows for the attribution of messages to individuals? Option A, adaptive identity. Option B, non-repudiation. Option C, authentication. Option D, access logs. And the correct answer for this question is option B, non-repudiation. So explanation is, so non-repudiation means the ability to prove that a message or document was sent by a specific person and that they cannot later deny sending it. This is achieved through cryptographic techniques like digital signatures, ensuring the message's origin can be verified. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option B. So let's go to the next question. Next question is, which of the following is the best way to consistently determine on a daily basis whether security settings on servers have been modified? Option A, automation. Option B, compliance checklist. Option C, attestation. Option D, manual audit. And the correct answer for this question is option A, automation. So let's check the explanation. So the best way to consistently determine on a daily basis whether security settings on servers have been modified is through automation. So automation allows for continuous monitoring and detection of changes to server configurations, providing real-time alerts whenever modifications occurs. Whereas manual checks or compliance checklists are less efficient and prone to human error. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, automation. So let's go to the next question. Next question is, which of the following tools can assist with detecting an employee who has accidentally emailed a file containing a customer's PII? Option A, SCAP. Option B, NetFlow. Option C, antivirus. And option D, DLP. And the correct answer for this question is option D, DLP. So let's check the explanation. The tool that can assist with detecting an employee who has accidentally emailed a file containing a customer's PI is DLP, data loss prevention. So DLP systems are designed to monitor and control the flow of sensitive data with an organization, including PI, and can detect and prevent its unauthorized transmission through various channels like email. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, DLP. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, an organization recently updated its security policy to include the following statement. Regular expressions are included in source code to remove special characters such as $, high, semicolon, and question mark from variables set by forms in a web application. So which of the following best explains the security technique the organization adopted by making this addition to the policy? Option A, identify embedded keys. Option B, code debugging. Option C, input validation. Option D, static code analysis. And the correct answer for this question is option C, input validation. So let's check the explanation. Input validation is a security technique where an application checks user input for invalid or malicious data before processing it. By using regular expressions to remove potentially harmful special characters from variables, the organization is ensuring that only safe data is submitted to the application. This prevents attacks like SQL injection or cross-site scripting excesses, where attackers can inject malicious code into the application through user input. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, input validation. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, a security analyst and the management team are reviewing the organizational performance of a recent phishing campaign. The user click-through rate exceeded the acceptable risk thresholds, and the management team wants to reduce the impact when a user clicks on a link in a phishing message. So which of the following should the analyst do? Option A, place posters around the office to raise awareness of common phishing activities. Implement email security filters to prevent phishing emails from being delivered. Option C, update the EDR policies to block automatic execution of downloaded programs. Option D, create additional training for users to recognize the signs of phishing attempts. And the correct answer for this question is option C, update the EDR policies to block automatic execution of downloaded program. So let's check the explanation. So blocking automation execution, if a user clicks on a phishing link and downloads a malicious file, EDR endpoint detection and response can prevent that file from automatically running, significantly reducing the potential for damage to the system. This is the direct measure to mitigate the impact of click even if the user falls for the phishing attempt. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following has been implemented when a host-based firewall on a legacy Linux system allows connections from only specific internal IP addresses? Option A, compensating control. Option B, network segmentation. Option C, transport of risk. Option D, SNMP trap. And the correct answer for this question is option A, compensating control. So let's check the explanation. So when a host-based firewall on a legacy Linux system allows connections from only specific internal IP addresses, its compensating control has been implemented. So compensating control, this refers to a security measure used when a standard control is not feasible or practical. In this case, a legacy Linux system might not support a more advanced firewall solution, so a host-based firewall on the individual system is used as a workaround. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, compensating control. So let's move to the next question. And the next question is, the management team notices that new accounts that are set up manually do not always have correct access or permissions. So which of the following automation techniques should a system administrator use to streamline account creation? Option A, guardrail script. Option B, ticketing workflow. Option C, escalation script. Option D, user provisioning script. And the correct answer for this question is option D, user provisioning script. So let's check the explanation. So user provisioning scripts, these scripts automate the process of creating new user accounts, including assigning the appropriate permissions at access levels based on their role within the organization. This minimizes human error and ensures consistency when setting up new accounts. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option D, user provisioning script. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, the company is planning to set up a SIEM system and assign an analyst to review the logs on a weekly basis. So which of the following types of controls is the company setting up? Option A, corrective. Option B, preventive. Option C, detective. Option D, deterrent. So correct answer for this question is option C, detective. So let's check the explanation. A SIEM system is designed to detect security incidents by monitoring and analyzing logs from various systems. It's a detective control because it identifies potential issues after they have occurred, allowing the company to react and investigate further. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option C, detective. So let's move to the next question. The next question is, a system administrator is looking for a low-cost application hosting solution that is cloud-based. Which of the following meets these requirements? Option A, serverless framework. Option B, type 1 hypervisor. Option C, SD-WAN. Option D, SDN. And the correct answer for this question is option A, serverless framework. So let's check the explanation. So a serverless framework allows developers to deploy applications without managing servers. The cloud provider handles the infrastructure, scaling, and other operational tasks. This significantly reduces cost and complexity, making it a good choice for low-cost cloud-based application hosting. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, serverless framework. So let's move to the next question. Next question is, a security operations center determines that the malicious activity detected on a server is normal. So which of the following activities describes the act of ignoring detected activity in the future? Option A, tuning. Option B, aggregating. Option C, quarantining. Option D, archiving. And the correct answer for this question is option A, tuning. So let's check the explanation. So tuning refers to adjusting the settings of a security system to exclude detected activity that is deemed not malicious, essentially ignoring it in the future. So that's why the correct answer for this question is option A, tuning. So I hope you are enjoying this video and this part has been completed. So study hard, good luck, and thanks for watching. If you like this video, please don't forget to subscribe the channel to see more video like this. I will upload next part shortly. Thanks for watching. Thank you.